What's up, guys? It's your boy TPP, and I'm back with that true crime talk, baby. Let's go. All right, guys. Let's just jump right into it. We have the trials wrapping up for the day. We're gonna just jump straight over to that. So I'm not gonna do my usual preamble, but let me go ahead and change this up. Just got home. Just got on, guys. Just got on. So kind of is what it is. But let's go ahead and get into it.
We are back in case number 2018 CA 5321 Jack Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Let's go ahead and take appearances.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Howard Hunter, Ethan Shapiro, David Hughes, and Chris Altenborough on behalf of defendant.
Well, we haven't had any questions, so it's about time for us to adjourn for the day. I've brought another envelope. There's nothing in there. So is there anything we need to do before we bring in the jury?
Judge, do we know whether we're going to have a deposition at 5 o'clock today of the...
Can we discuss this after I let the jury go home?
Absolutely.
Okay. My thought is to try to get the jury here 8 or 8:15. And any problem with that?
Let me get some love out. Stony Stone, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Miss Darzilla, good to see you. Miss Julie Doe, good to see you. Brooke Nicole, good to see you. Good to see you. Stardust, good to see you. I think this is the first time I've seen you here. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Miss Pat Gaines, good to see you. Yeah, they're just wrapping up for the day. We'll cover this, and then we're going to jump back into the closing arguments. We're going to cover that, finish covering that, guys. I'm kind of glad they didn't come to a verdict today. I wasn't ready for it. But I probably won't be ready for it tomorrow when it happens. So we'll see. But go ahead and keep listening to what's going on.
No problem at that time.
No problem, Judge.
Justice
If you could
James,
ask the
good to see
jury
you.
to seal up the verdict form and then bring them in whenever they're ready.
That's not really a test, though.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to get on a lot earlier, but work was something today. It was something today. It felt like a Monday at work today. But it's not like I missed anything, right? So, but we'll definitely, after they wrap up today here, we'll jump back to the closing arguments for the defense, the rebuttal for the plaintiffs, and then we'll see how much time we are in, and we might get into some other stuff too on this live. But primarily, just was wanting to watch for the verdict, and then I heard they had the short day today, so I kind of figured we wouldn't get the verdict today, but I definitely want to go back over those closings. Good to see y'all. Thank y'all for being here, though. Hopefully y'all have it. Wait, today's Wednesday.
Boards back there. Let's flip them
Wednesday?
around.
Yeah. Happy hump day, y'all. Happy hump day. Jiggy England, good to see you. Thank you for smashing that button. Miss April P, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Man, I got a feeling the verdict's going to come back tomorrow when I'm like either at work or taking my grandma to her appointment tomorrow. I got a feeling that's when the verdict's going to come in.
All rise. Jurors enter.
Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. I've received the sealed package. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to put tape over the juror numbers where they sealed it. And then I'm going to ask the clerk to go get the evidence. Members of the jury, I know we're going to be breaking here in a moment. I want to remind you, you cannot discuss this case on a going forward basis, even when you're going out to your cars and all of that. So you cannot do any more deliberating today. Now let's talk about timing tomorrow. I know I asked you to come in early.
Justice Jane, did you hear that the latest news on the father, Corey Bigsby, confessed that he buried Cody in a letter? The 3 correctional officers will be testifying. No, I did not hear that, Justice Jane. Holy sh! So he confessed. Damn, I didn't see that coming at all, Justice Jane. Thank you for letting me know about that. Man, I'm gonna have to look into that now. That's damn, that's crazy. You just blew my mind, Miss Justice Jane.
Today, did that work out okay, or is that too early, too late? Okay, because
Yeah, I'm with you, Brooke Nicole. Devastating, but at least, I mean, I'm hoping that we can retrieve the little boy. You know what I mean, and get a proper burial. Just devastating.
as soon as you get here in the morning, we're going to go ahead and do it. So I think that was 8:10, I think. So I'll have you back at 8:10, and then you will get to continue to deliberate at that point. I want to remind you, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation. Receive no information. Do not review any media coverage of this case. And again, do not let anyone approach you or ask you anything about this case. Plaintiff, defense, anything else we need to address with the jury before we let them go for the day?
Done, Your Honor.
We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:10.
All right.
Jury's out of our presence. Please be seated. Couple of issues. First thing, and this is more for Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Elliott, although I don't think Mr. Elliott is with us via Zoom right this second. All of those emails that were back and forth, I've sent those to the clerk to be docketed. I think I got them all, and I think we redacted all of the email addresses. But if I missed any, if you could, you and Mr. Elliott could make sure you get whatever I missed.
Good to see you, Victoria. Thank you for being here this morning or this afternoon, or afternoon, I guess.
Docketed.
And it's conceivable there might be a couple between us that we'll need to put in the record.
Well, anything between you and Mr. Elliott's one thing. It just, I tried to capture anything that I was involved in.
Dakota Parker, hey, happy Wednesday. I didn't get a notification, but I'm here. The dirty YouTube, man. Dirty YouTube, not sending out notifications. It's not right. It's not right.
Right. And
As well. I also received the draft jury instructions and verdict form. I haven't gone through the jury instructions, but the verdict form I looked at, it had questions that actually exist on the first round jury.
you actually do it twice in a punitive damages case. Well, the Supreme Court constitutionality language requires it to be asked it one more time.
Is there going to be a case or something on that?
That's in the standard form. It's in the standard form because of the U.S. Supreme Court case law on this stuff.
Because on the standard, it looked like it said something to the effect of phase one or what. In any event,
That form is a little confusing, but one way or the other, you ask that twice. The jury is given a second opportunity to change their mind on that.
we're ultimately going to need some sort of discussion about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
There he is. What's up, K-Mac? Happy hump day, sir. Thank you for the green screen, brother. It's working pretty nicely. It's working pretty nicely. Once again, much love to K-Mac. He got his green screen for the studio and hooked me up with the chair. I'm not sitting in the chair yet. I got to get some stuff moving around to get that bad boy in here, but much love, K-Mac. Good to see you, brother. Lady O, good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. Dakota said, right, YouTube and I are about to throw hands. I feel you on that, man. I feel you on that.
I flagged that issue right away. So maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Just say Mr. Elliott apparently was in Orlando today. So we have a version. We weren't aware that our appellate counsel had not sent you our version. Is the question that's being reiterated there the clear and convincing? Is that what I'm understanding?
What's up, Mab? Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Happy hump day.
No, it's the question as to whether punitive damages should be awarded.
Okay. Well, we clearly have a disagreement because our form does not include that question, and we have a specific intent question. So I think it needs to be taken up hopefully in the morning.
Yeah, and I indicated that was there and that we have disagreement on it, but I haven't been able to talk to Mr. Elliott, so I didn't say more than that.
And so perhaps maybe this evening you and Mr. Elliott can address it and then see if there's any common ground or
I
if
doubt
not.
there's common ground on that. Your
Sorry?
Honor. I said, I doubt there's common ground on that.
I doubt it, but one can always hope.
Yep.
As far as
Yeah, Pat Gaines, I have that same problem. I have that same problem with some of my content creators. Got to ring that bell every once in a while. Just make sure, reset it.
I think Mr. Anderson was going to have a question about depositions today.
We were trying to have a deposition today, Mr. Stowers. We had Mr. Heath's deposition earlier today about 1:45, and I had requested and filed a notice to attempt to take Kevin Stowers' deposition, who is the CEO, briefly on the issues of punitive damages, and I was seeking a response from the defense to know whether that's going to happen or not. And I haven't heard anything. If there isn't, I need to know what basis they're objecting on, since we're seem to be to the point where that would be appropriate.
Judge, we were not going to call Mr. Sowers as a witness. He's the CEO of John Stop Consult System at this point. He was briefly our CEO back then, but we had intended to call Sharon Rogers and Angela Green, whom they've already deposed.
To be clear, we've deposed Ms. Green, but we haven't deposed Ms. Rogers.
Well, that's what I meant.
I understand.
Okay.
Well, so why
Gator Hater, good to see you. Good to see you.
were you trying to call Mr. Is it Sowers?
Yes, sir.
Why are you trying to call Mr. Sowers?
Because we believe that there's some information that Mr. Sowers has either been part of or has published that would be relevant and material to the issues in this case, particularly intent and whether or not there is any intent to make any changes.
The judge's brain's about to explode. Look at him. He's like, man, can't we just get through this already?
Judge, I mean, we saw the notice. We're trying to figure out what's going on. He's not listed as a witness. We had not intended to call him. He's not our employee. I don't know what basis there is to call Mr. Sowers.
What is it?
He's out of state.
What basis am I? What am I supposed to do at this point in time? I mean,
Well, that's a good point, Judge, because I don't think there's been a formal objection filed. There's simply our notice out there. I take it there's an oral objection to it. If they're going to file something in writing, I suppose you could take it up tomorrow after we have a chance to see. Although it did take me by surprise that he is out of state. Based on our information, I thought he was in fact in Florida. If he's not, then yeah, we can do it by Zoom.
He's, as far as I know, Judge, he's in Maryland, in Baltimore. That's where he works and that's where he resides.
have you all actually talked about this?
No, Your Honor, I just got a notice. That's just bang out of the clear blue sky. And I mean, there's no basis upon which this is a proper notice of taking deposition or a proper calling of a witness at this point in the trial.
Well, I don't have anything in front of me, but I would highly encourage the two of you to talk for a few minutes and see what you're trying to do, what you can do, what sort of agreements can be made to get whatever either side needs. I mean, it sounds like they got you a deposition today on their witness, so.
Do I need to file a motion for protective order about a witness being noticed during trial on less than 4 hours notice and with?
No, what I want you to do is talk with Mr. Anderson to
Very well.
see what can be done, what accommodation. My hope is the lawyers can actually work out these types of issues, but
One would think.
in any event, are there other issues we need to address?
None at this point.
Much love to any of the ones being here. Lucky ones getting that. Much love to y'all. Little gift, little Wednesday gift.
Chris?
So why don't we be here at 8 a.m., and we'll address whatever we need to. But my hope is that we don't have very much to do in the morning because I've got some other issues I've got to deal with in other cases. Obviously, I'll do what I need to do, but 8 a.m. Anything else?
No.
Brooke Nicole, thank you so much for the membership. You are very much welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
And we'll be in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right. They in recess, and we're going to go back to closings from yesterday. So we're on the defense's closing arguments, and we're going to go over that. Let me get that queued up for us. Let me get this other window closed out. There we go. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat. Stardust, no problem, guys, no problem. Thank you all for being here. Every once in a while, I like to drop some of the memberships. You know what I mean? But definitely, welcome to the lagoon. Welcome to the lagoon. We got more fish. You know, when I look over and see that there was some people that didn't have a little fishy icon, I was just like, hey man, that don't look good. The lagoon needs to be filled with fish. So, you know, had to do it. But anyways, guys, so yesterday we listened to the plaintiff's closing arguments. Now we're going to listen to defense's closing arguments. And this is mainly for me to go over it again because I only got to listen to it. I was at work. And I like to see body language, this and that. And then obviously I want to cover it with you guys. So it is what it is. Let's get into it. Give me some ones in chat. Once we get it rolling, though, let me know that you guys can hear this. And once again, though, a little bit of a trigger warning. I know this is after the fact, but man, listen to defense. That lawyer, ooh, man, he's a good way to get under your skin. So yeah, just let y'all know. A little bit of a trigger warning. Miss Fred, good to see you, Miss Fred. Thank you for being here. All right, guys, let's get into it.
Good morning. I wanted to start with a couple of thank yous, if you'll indulge me. I want to thank the court for conducting this trial in a civil manner. This is a civil justice system.
Can y'all hear that? Can I get some ones? I want to make sure you guys can hear that. And I do have it sped up a little bit so we can get through it all because, yeah, obviously these arguments, they drag out if we're listening at normal speed. All right, cool. I'm seeing some ones. Thank you all. Thank you.
I think it's a testament to that. I wanted to thank Deputy DeMizio and Deputy Coley for keeping this courtroom safe and helping you through the process. I'd like to thank the Kowalskis for listening patiently and respectfully. I know that.
Joanne, good to see you, Miss Joanne. Stardust is loud and clear. Thank you. Chris Marie, good to see you. Good to see you this afternoon. Yeah. Thank you, Evelyn. Good to see you as well. Thank you all. All right.
A lot of the things I've had to say have been tough for them to listen, but they've listened with grace and integrity, and I thank them for that. I'd like to thank my trial team sitting behind me. Too numerous to name, but we've all been here.
We'll listen to the thank yous because this is about the only positive thing the dude says. Everything else makes you just want to throat punch him.
I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your service. This has been a long 9 weeks. Indeed, we started in the summer. but you've listened patiently. You've asked great questions throughout the process, and we appreciate your active engagement. But most importantly, I want to thank these people, the people of All Children's Hospital, and they've given me the privilege of standing before you to be able to tell their story. And that's what I plan to do during my time. They want you to know that All Children's did not harm this family.
Chris Marie, iPhone link. Okay, give me 1 second, Chris Marie. And thank you for the gift membership. No problem. No problem at all. Thank you all for being here. Chris Marie, I will grab that shortly.
Not just the people here, but the people back working at the hospital. They want you to know that. We are here because we believe on behalf of the hospital practiced safe, evidence-based medicine. And we're here to defend the hospital's right to practice that medicine. And I've put up a list here of the witnesses because you've heard from a lot of people. So when we talk about witnesses, if this helps orient you to who's who, this on this side is who I represent. On the other side are people you've heard from that I do not represent and who we are not responsible for. It's almost Thanksgiving, so I put up the pie. And I don't know if this is an interesting memory, but way back when we did jury selection, you may remember we had a little bit of fun. We talked about pie and what your favorite pie was. And I've learned some people don't like pumpkin pie, which is incredible to me, but that will be an interesting topic at Thanksgiving. But the reason why we had that moment was because there was an incredibly important question following. Can you judge this?
All right, Chris, that should be that should work. That should be the link right there. Thank you.
Case fairly based on the evidence? Can you hold the plaintiffs to their burden? They have the burden to prove the claims. And in fairness, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Whitney have welcomed that burden. And most importantly, can you reach your decision here based on the facts and the law and not on sympathy? And that's important because this is a sympathetic case. Nobody is denying that this is a sympathetic case. In fact, if you didn't feel sympathy in your heart, you wouldn't be human. But the judge has instructed you, and everyone here took an oath to make sure that their verdict is reached on the law.
I feel like when defense starts using that you're not supposed to be using sympathy ploy right there, that's already a given, right? But I feel like on the closings when they start using that angle, it's a good indicator they already kind of know what time it is. So it's like they're pleading at this point, like, listen to what I'm about to say rationally. Please don't become sympathetic at all, because we don't want you to take our client's money. So that's what I'm getting from that. Let's see, Gator Hater, make sure to hit that thumbs up and subscribe to TRPP for the best true crime coverage. Ring that bell so you know when it's time. You heard her. Thank you, Gator Hater. I appreciate that. Much love.
And the evidence, and not on sympathy. In order to know how we got to All Children's, we need to take a little bit of a step back. And I think it's going to be very helpful if I can walk you through the treatment and what happened leading up to All Children's, because it's almost like a Quentin Tarantino movie where you saw a bit of the end, then a bit of the middle, then something in the middle, then something at the end. And what I intend to do with you is walk you through. And actually, the case begins before the 4th of July. You heard from Dr. Wyndham in his deposition testimony. He spoke.
Stacy, good to see you. Thank you for being here. My first live. Your first live here? Yeah, it definitely has to be your first live here because, well, I haven't seen you here before. So welcome. Thank you for being here.
Fast, but these records are in evidence. And by the way, if you look in the lower right-hand corner, if there's a document you want to see in the jury room, I've tried to reference every single one. So, for example, this would be Defense Exhibit 3050, 1 through 4, if that helps you, if it's something you want to see on your own. Before the 4th of July, before the incident, the Kowalskis went to Dr. Wyndham with the cough that you heard the audio of, and Dr. Wyndham said there's nothing that I can see wrong with the lungs. The pulse ox is normal. And he says something really is not.
So your first time here live, where did you hear about me, Miss Stacy? Where did you hear about me from?
Right. This is not just asthma. He advised the Kowalskis to watch the steroid use and noted at the end that the parents were arguing about taking her to the emergency department and question the role of family dynamics. We know from this picture that on
BM, what's up, BM? Good to see you. Good to see you, BM.
July 3rd, my and her brother were participating healthy and normal in the local July 4th parade. We also learned about CRPS. We learned a lot about CRPS. We learned from almost every expert here that it starts with an injury. But what we saw when the Kowalskis presented to the Sarasota Memorial Emergency Department, that the onset of this was getting worked up about the 4th of July. And when the fireworks began going off, there was some trouble with breathing. We know in the note that Beata Kowalski gave the prednisone and IM, intramuscular, a shot of Benadryl with no resolve.
Stacy says, I was just strolling and came across you. Really? The algorithm's actually putting my face out there? Guys, things might be changing for us. Holy goodness. I'm used to people coming because they got recommended my channel by another channel creator. So the algorithm just put me out there. You found me that way. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. We've been working over here pretty hard to try to get in that algorithm, get it working for us. So that's good feedback. Thank you. Thank you. TLC is me. Good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you. watching while working. Hey, that'll work. That'll work. And let me check our streams over on Rumble. Looks like we got 4 people over there on Rumble. Much love, you all. Thank you for being here with us. And then is our Facebook feed flowing? Looks, I don't know. Facebook's always, it's 50-50. But anyways, if you're over on Facebook, much love for being here. I appreciate y'all. Let's keep rolling.
And then even at this very first visit, this emergency doctor, Dr. Brett Williams, noted his concern of a potential site component. We orient you to the several presentations of the All Children's Emergency Department. The first one was July 2nd.
And then we got the famous Stony Stone Black Vault News. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here, listening while you work.
6th to July 11th. And by this point, Maya had presented in a wheelchair. Less than 72 hours after the initial onset. Of significance, she was seen by a pediatric neurologist. Very early on in the presentation, Dr. Joseph Casadante of the All Children's Pediatric Neurology Service wrote that this was an unusual presentation. It's associated with what he believed was a habit cough, putting his impression in agreement with Dr. Wyndham. Physical therapy was consulted because of the presentation in a wheelchair. And at this point, we start to see what starts to appear more and more in the records, which is that Maya, patient, wants to make sure therapy stops, physical therapy, occupational therapy stops when she says
See you later. Good to see you. See you later.
so. And that, according to mom, Maya needs more pain medication. Maya was discharged from this hospitalization on July 10th. And the initial diagnosis was chronic steroid use and a habit cough. Less than a week later, Maya comes back with her family to All Children's. Now we're on July 17th to 20th, 2015. So this is still more than a year before she comes to All Children's. And when I want you, this is an important piece of information. This is from Joint Exhibit 100854. When the plaintiff said to you in their case, nobody at All Children's ever suspected conversion disorder or somatization. Remember, he said that to you prior to October 2016. It's right here from Dr. Kilgore. In the history and physical from July 17th, 2015, her differential diagnosis included psychological pain, conversion disorder, and somatization. And it's important because in opening argument, you remember the plaintiff told you that at the end of this admission, this is right before you go to Lurie's, the doctor threw up their hands and said, Mr. Kowalski, we have no idea what's going on. The record says otherwise. The record says even at this early date back in July of 2017, the differential diagnosis of a psychological pain conversion disorder was in the records. Now, again, conversion disorder does not mean that Maya's not feeling real pain. Let's make that very clear. But there's a psychological component to this that does not require ketamine, and we'll talk about that. Now, what we
they're still fighting the diagnosis. Like they're still fighting the fact that like the diagnosis is what it is. And I like how he like had to put in there, we're not saying she's not feeling pain. Like, bro, that's what you guys have been saying from the beginning. That's what you've been implying from the beginning. They literally went and got pictures of what she just recently went out and did so they could show that she's not feeling pain. She's doing normal things. But get out of here with that nonsense.
Fortunately start to see a pattern of is what the defense would respectfully suggest is a history of unnecessary medications given at dangerous doses. Unnecessary medications that are given at dangerous doses. And it started back at this admission on July 20th, 2015. And it started when the discharging nurse noted Mrs. Kowalski was adamant that they would need a PICC line, peripheral inserted central catheter for transfer, but the All Children.
Oh, this is a little off topic, y'all. Little off topic, but wrap your mind around this. I went back and looked at, because somebody had asked how long I've been like live streaming. I went back and looked at our live stream. And I had 5 months ago, I had done a couple live streams just to kind of get the hang of it. I realized that I need StreamYard, right? So I didn't do any for a while. Cavalcante hit, right? That manhunt. I think I'm a little over a month of live streaming. Believe it or not, guys, it doesn't feel like it. I feel like I've been live streaming this whole year, but it's only been a little over a month live streaming. And this is my 74th live stream in like 30 days ish. Insane. 74 live streams I've done in that amount of time. Absolutely nuts. I didn't realize like I had been grinding that hard until I went back and was looking at it. And the amount of hours that I've streamed in the last 30 days, insane. But that's a little off topic. I just had to share that with y'all because it blew my mind when I was looking. I was like, dude, I've been grinding. Dakota says them saying that is literally what started it. I know, Dakota. I know this is literally what started the whole issue, and they're still writing it. You know what I mean? Crazy.
The team warned that doing that with a commercial flight was both inappropriate and dangerous. the Kowalskis made their way to Lurie Children's Hospital. For a second opinion, totally appropriate. They're going back to their trusted children's hospital in Chicago. World-class hospital. And we heard from the emergency department physician, Dr. Petzenberger, that upon his first visit with Maya in the emergency department, Maya was able to show good upper and lower extremity strength by kicking with both legs. And now his diagnosis is fitting that of Dr. Kilgore, that the behaviors were concerning.
Thurzilla says, so he just said that they are not saying she wasn't having pain when they have been saying all along she's faking. Some even said they never saw her in pain. I know. That's why I said trigger warning before this guy started talking, because basically everything he comes out of his mouth is a damn lie, and it's triggering. It's a little triggering. So, but don't you worry. Once we get through listening to this BS, Attorney Anderson gets up here for the rebuttal, and he does the damn thing. You guys know how he's been rolling. Pat Gaines, how's Little Bit doing? Is she, dude? She's spoiled as shit. Pat Gaines, Little Bit is so spoiled already. She's ruined. She's absolutely ruined. She is my grandpa's sidekick. That is what it is. She has to have human contact 24/7, or she'll let you know about it. Yeah, she's doing great though. She's doing great. She's in there chilling with Papa right now. So I'd go get her. I might show her off before the stream's over. I'll probably show her off before the stream's over. I'll go in and grab her for y'all. Yeah, big time. This guy definitely would trigger your nerves.
For a psychiatric component, possible conversion disorder. And again, this is not a question of somebody saying that Maya is faking it. This is real, but it calls for a different treatment pattern. Now, a lot of what you heard during cross-examination was, are you an expert in CRPS? You remember?
Y'all see that right there, right? You seen that she had to walk out during this crap because this dude's face and voice is so triggering. Yeah, I don't even know how Kyle's still in there, man. Jack and Kyle are, I don't know, they're solid to put up with listening to that BS. I couldn't do it. See you later. Corey Bigsby confessed to what he did with Corey Bigsby in court today. That's what I heard. Justice Jane just came in and told us that. See you later. I appreciate you letting us know, though, keeping us up to date. It's sad. It's tragic, but I'm glad that he confessed to it, because at least now maybe that little boy can be found and be put to rest properly. Because, we already knew what happened to him, right? We just didn't know where. But him confessing to it makes me feel like they probably gave him a plea deal, right? To confess to it. I don't know. That's I'll have to touch on that one. We'll have to touch on that one.
Yes. Every doctor. Are you an expert in CRS? Well, they met one, and you heard from him. Dr. Gatti Revivo from Lurie Children's Hospital, board certified in adult and pediatric medicine. He testified he has significant experience with CRPS. He told you it was regional. He used the Budapest criteria, and back then, he started what we believe is the evidence-based medicine, and it's simply this. CRPS or conversion disorder, the treatment is physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. And at Lurie's, ketamine, intrathecal clonidine pumps are not what they use. Then there was one of those things where we call sort of a dramatic moment at trial, where my partner, Mr. Hughes, put up the picture of one of the scratches at All Children's that the plaintiff claims is a CRPS lesion, and asked him, what do you think? And he said it was a scratch. That was his opinion, which is we're going to come back to that when we get to the All Children's admission. She was seen by a pediatric psychologist.
All right, guys, I'm actually going to cover that. Let's go ahead and get into that. We're going to divert from these closings, and I'm going to read you guys the article I just pulled up on it. Hindsight's good to see you. Good to see you. See you later. No plea deal. He had admitted it to a guard previously, and the guard took the stand today. Yo, okay, I'm gonna read the article to y'all that I just pulled up. Okay. Dismiss that crap. Okay. In jailhouse statements, Corey Bigsby wrote he beat toddler son to death, buried body. Freaking demon, y'all. Demon. Oh, I don't even have to read it. We can listen to the article, y'all. Let's listen to the article. Sweet. Y'all don't have to listen to me read. Y'all just got lucky. Especially you new people. I'll be putting people to sleep with my reading. Lori P, good to see you. Good to see you, Lori P. We're taking a little side diversion here with the Bigsby case. And then we'll go back over to my closing arguments. But give me some ones to chat. Let me know if you guys are hearing this.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with.
In jailhouse statements, Corey Bigsby wrote he beat toddler son to death, buried body. Hampton, Corey Bigsby wrote in a jailhouse.
All right, I'm seeing the ones, guys. Thank you, Darzilla, Stardust, Lori P. See you later. Thank you. Hindsight says, thankfully, he finally is getting justice. Rest in peace, little man. That's what I'm talking about. Damn, Fly, how'd you get in here, bro? It's too cold. How are you even existing right now? Okay, let's go ahead and keep rolling with it.
House statement last year that he beat his then 3-year-old son with his fist in June 2021 until the boy was unresponsive. He tried CPR on Cody, he wrote, but the boy never woke up. The statement was introduced in court Wednesday in a motion by Bigsby's attorneys to block 4 written jailhouse statements being used as evidence in Bigsby's murder trial. The defense asserts that Bigsby made the statements under duress. While the judge hasn't ruled on whether to suppress the statements, they became public documents after being introduced as exhibits for the hearing. In 3 of the 4 statements, Bigsby wrote that he found the boy unconscious, tried to give him CPR, and then buried him, with varying dates cited. At least 2 of the statements said the child died wearing.
Y'all probably already know what I'm about to say, right? So this probably won't be much of a surprise to you, but I feel like he should get the same thing that he did to that little boy. I think that's exactly the punishment he should get. I know it's old school eye for an eye stuff. I know it's not politically correct to say it, but dude, right hindsight's heartbreaking indeed. Oh my Lord. I'm sorry. I just had to interject that thought.
Headphones. But in one statement, given to a regional jail guard in November 2022, Bigsby wrote that he killed his son. On June 18, 2021, Corey Bigsby, walked in the room and grabbed Cody and dragged him into the kitchen, he wrote. Then, Bigsby said, he thumped his head on the floor and beat him with my fist, and he went into cardiac arrest.
Trigger warning, obviously all already knew it was going to be triggering, but my Lord, I'm telling you, man, eye for an eye on this. These type of people, they're soulless, man. They don't deserve oxygen.
After the CPR didn't work, he wrote, he carried Cody upstairs and put him into the bathtub to see if he would respond. He did not, so I held him and prayed to God that he bring my baby back, he said. Then I took him to the room and laid him on the bed. After that, he said, he got a flashlight and charged it, got gas at a gas station, bought some snacks.
Give me 1 second. Moto Mom, good to see you. Good to see you, Moto Mom. Thanks for being here. Win. Yep, no verdict today, Win. We were both wrong. Let's see. Darza, put him in prison in general population and he will get it. We can only hope. Miss Bougie Redneck, good to see you, ma'am. This is horrible. I agree. I didn't think I was going to be covering this on this live stream, but Justice Jane and who else told me? Who else came in here? Who else was it? Was it See You Later? I think it was See You Later. And Justice Jane both dropped in and told me about this update, so we covering it.
Bigsby wrote that he went to an empty car wash and put Cody into a bag, then drove home and put the boy in the fridge. Then he put Cody back in the car and drove him to a building and dug a hole by a tree and buried him. Then went home and prayed for forgiveness, Bigsby wrote. He went to King's Dominion the next day.
I believe every part of that except for the part where he prayed. I don't think he prayed. I don't think he's got a soul. Lady O says, I just don't understand why parents would kill their. Trust me, I'm with you. That's because you're a normal person, so it's hard to wrap your mind around people like this. Pet games, bought snacks. How could he eat anything? That's what I'm saying. That's why I doubt that he prayed. He bought snacks, or you get out of here. Dakota, this one makes me just as mad as the POS Adam Montgomery does. I just don't understand. I'm with you, Dakota. I figured that's what you meant, Lady O. Yeah, I know, Wayne. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Dakota says, I don't think he did either. I don't either. I don't think he tried to revive him either. I'm with you, Dakota. I don't think he did either. I don't think he prayed. I don't think he tried to do anything. I mean, he literally had the presence of mind after he did what he did to like put the kid in the fridge, like go get snacks. And guess what? Um, Matt, I'm late. It's all right, Sam. It's all right. You didn't miss the verdict, but we are talking about Cody Bigsby. Yeah, we have confessions of what he did, and we're listening to it basically right now. All right, guys, let's keep rolling on it.
And later dumped my clothes from the crime in the trash and burned them. Then the next day I went back to burn Cody and cover up scars from the beatings, he said, though the statement doesn't explain how he accessed Cody, given that he previously wrote that he was already buried. Then I went home and took a bath with another child, he wrote. Please accept my confession. Sincerely, Corey Bigsby. Both pages of the two-page statement have a large X over the entire page. The significance of the X couldn't be immediately determined. That was one of 4 statements Bigsby made while locked up at the Hampton Roads Regional Jail between weeks after reporting his son missing from the Buckroe Beach town home on January 31st.
Oh my Lord, y'all. Let me see what you're saying. Lady O says, can't claim insanity with all he did. He can't claim insanity because that took thought. And then going back, it's just you can't at that point. Sam says, anyway, great to see everyone. Great to see you too, Sam. Don't be mad that you were late. It's okay. It's all right. Dakota Parker, when the affidavit came out for Harmony, I literally had nightmares for weeks, still do sometimes. This one might give me nightmares too. I'm with you on that one. Harmony was, it's definitely one of those cases. It's hard. I mean, all the baby cases are hard, but some are extra hard. All right, guys, let's keep rolling.
2022, and when he was released on bond earlier this year. Cody has never been found. The defense made a motion to seal the jailhouse statements, but Hampton Commonwealth's attorney Anton Bell was adamant that the statements be made public, saying that Bigsby's lawyers have been trying their case in the press and now is the day of reckoning. Bell said he would agree to have the statements sealed if Hawks placed a gag order on Bigsby's attorneys. But one of those attorneys, Amina Matheny Willard, said she had a right to speak about the case and wouldn't accept such a deal. In the end, Hawks declined the defense request to seal the statements, allowing access the 4 statements during a lunchtime break. While the November 2022 statement refers to July 18, 2021, which is the date listed on the murder indictment, the statements vary greatly not only about the dates, but also about what happened. In a statement on January 8 of this year, Bigsby wrote that he attempted to perform CPR on Cody on January 31, 2021, and it did not work. He took him to Building 5511 on Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard and buried him beside a tree behind the building and walked away. Then I drove home and prayed to Jesus to save Cody, and I failed him, he wrote. So I am becoming tired of torture, so now I am confessing because my family and the police is conducting these crimes and I cannot take it anymore.
Oh, poor guy. Can't take it anymore. Oh, my Lord. Video says, true repentance would have had him tell the truth. I agree with you. Stacy, I'll never understand how a parent can harm their child and be fine with it. Same. I'm a father of 4. I can't wrap my mind around these things. Let's see. Gator hater, no real justice in my opinion. Only true justice is general population when the blind guards, in my opinion. I'm with you, Gator hater. You know my style. You know I'm with that. TRPP, we live in wicked times. Lady O, I agree with you. Well, if you spend enough time on this channel, you hear me preach it actually quite a bit. You'll hear me preach it quite a bit. Yeah. Have they found the remains? That I do not know, Pat Gaines. That I do not know. I just know that we have like these confessions and some information now. Yeah. I hope they find him though. I hope they can put him to rest properly, a proper burial, you know. Hopefully the man. I don't know. Hopefully he's not in too bad of a condition. You know what I mean? It's horrible. Because if trigger warning, he did try to burn him. I don't know. Like the overall conditions or what remains will be left. You know what I mean? Like we just don't know. It's horrific.
Synchroly.
Oh, wait, it looks. Stacy says no. Justice Jane says no, not yet. Okay. And Darzilla, no, they haven't found Cody yet. So he sounds like he'd either be buried somewhere, burned and buried somewhere. I don't know. Frozen? Am I frozen or he's frozen? It sounds like he was at the beginning. Sounds like, he got put in a fridge at the beginning. I'm not sure. Demon time. That dude is on demon time.
Corey Bigsby. Several of the statements refer to Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard. That's an address in Hyattsville, Maryland, outside of Washington and near FedEx Field. Shortly after Bigsby gave his initial statement in August 2022, police and federal law enforcement searched that area but did not find Cody. This is a developing story. Check back for more details. Peter Dujarda, 757.
Dang, man. Wow. Yeah, man. I already had a lot of strong feelings about that case right there. But I did not expect for y'all to drop in the chat and tell me that we got that information. It's Justice James says, or in a dumpster. Man, why do they do that to the babies all the damn time? That's a possibility. And if that's as far as retrieval goes, the dumpster is like the worst case scenario for retrieval, because that's just like you have a very limited time where finding a body that's been dumped in a dumpster that's made it into a landfill, you have a very limited amount of time before you to be able to find that body. We just experienced that, right, with Quentin Simon. They knew he was in there pretty quick, and still look how long it took to find what they could find of that little baby boy. Same thing with the West out here. You're out here in Bakersfield, California, right? So, Cal City, Bakersfield, the West boys, same thing. Pretty sure one of them little boys ended up in the landfill. There's no way you're not going to find him. I think he burned him, then buried him. Darzilla, you're probably right. Honestly, it's probably the parts of the stories that were true was the burn and the bury part, because he even said he wanted to cover up, the signs of trauma, the signs of abuse on him. So there's a very good chance. See you later says the mother lived in MD. Okay. Luis, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the cool video of your fish. That's what I thought they were, some skirted Tetris. True Seeker, good to see you. Good to see you. And Pat Gaines says, sounds like he did it, but trying to lead LE on a big hunt. Jeez. Yep. Yes, indeed. It's hard to like, what are we going to believe, right? Like, what story of his are we going to believe? All I do know is what remains consistent throughout all those stories, all those variations, is he did it. He did it. I don't care if he claims to be remorseful. You don't do what he did. Like, you don't do it unless you're just completely soulless. Like, can't convince me otherwise. Those people don't have souls. Luis, about to start driving, so I'll be listening and in chat and here and there. Sweet. Be safe, Luis. Be safe. Safe travels. Yeah, guys, that was nuts. Kind of took me off of what we were talking about in this trial, but I guess worst case outcome is we have a confession per se, I guess. But let's go ahead and get back into this these closings. I know listening to this dude's kind of rough, but it's like a setup, for Anderson to come back in here and do what he does, and he does it well. So let's keep rolling, y'all. Corvette girl, good to see you. Good to see you. Listening. Why you clean? Heck yeah, that's what's up. I'm pretty much like the modern day soap opera, right? Just turn me on, let me ramble up here. Y'all get your chores done. It works. Works for both of us.
Oncologist Dr. Lowry, who also noted an exam inconsistent with the history, and again, their belief at this world-class hospital was conversion disorder. But importantly, her recommendation, as she told you under oath, was for non-pharmacologic intervention for the pain. You also heard testimony from Dr. Elizabeth Byrne. She was a pediatric hospitalist that at that time was also assessing complete and normal strength in upper and lower extremities.
Let me answer this real quick. Pat Gaines says at TPP, can't they still find him guilty even if they can't find the child? 100%. 100%, Pat Gaines. They don't have to have the body now. That is facts. Facts. And yeah, they don't have to find it. We want to find it, obviously, so we can put the little baby boy to rest and properly. But yeah, they don't need to have his body, especially with how many variations of that confession we have. I hope we find him. I really do, but I think he's gonna be convicted regardless.
And believe this was triggered by conversion disorder and wrote it in her note at Defense Exhibit 3032-127. And she specifically wrote on that date back on July 24th, 2015, that the exam was not consistent with the history, which raised the concern for a psychiatric component. And this is the important part. She will likely benefit from a therapeutic program that combines physical and psychological therapy to address both weakness and pain access. And with the
Whoa, yo, Miss Stacy. Oh, get off of me, Fly. Miss Stacy, thank you for joining up. Welcome to the Piscine Gang. Call this the Lagoon. So yeah, I appreciate you joining up. Appreciate you. Welcome our new member, everybody. Heck yeah, thank you, Miss Stacy. That made my day, man. Every time we get a new member, dude, like I get sidetracked, get so excited. So that's what's up, man. Members are growing, y'all. Like I look at our members, our count, and I'm just like, I don't even understand it. It doesn't even make sense. Our channel's not even that big. Let's see. Pat says, okay, thanks. That's good. This baby needs justice. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. This baby needs justice. All right, let's keep going.
appropriate therapy, she's going to return to baseline. Remember that, because this is the exact recommendation that's made at All Children's, as we're going to see, and not just All Children's. The family returns back to the Tampa Bay area and checks into Tampa General Hospital under the care of Dr. Kornberg. Dr. Kornberg, on his very first visit, writes in his note, and again, this is at Defense Exhibit 3047-21, that there were some inconsistencies in his exam. It's okay, but his impression is now exactly the same as what Dr. Kilgore wrote at All Children's, which is exactly the same as what Dr. Byrne wrote at Lurie's, that this is psychological factors affecting physical condition. His first impression of the case. Then we get to Bonnie Rice. It's an interesting comment about Bonnie Rice in opening argument. You may remember it, you may not, it's been a while. But the plaintiff said, this is the Kathy Beatty of Tampa General. Like there's a county-wide or Florida state-wide conspiracy among providers who've never met each other. But they said it because they don't like what she had to testify to. Because what Bonnie Rice testified to was that there was a psychological component.
Bonnie Rice's testimony was cap, man. I didn't believe that lady. I don't know. I didn't like her.
And then talked about some of the family dynamics that Dr. Wyndham talked about. And I don't mean to bring this up to cause any more embarrassment, but this is an important issue. Because what Bonnie Rice said was that
Corvette Girl says, now we need some kind of justice for Summer. You ain't playing, Corvette Girl. You ain't playing. I'm still trying to formulate how I want to do our members only live for Summer. Because I want to do a members only live stream for that case. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Once we do get justice for it, for Summer, there's gonna be a lot of bored content creators and people on here, because it seems like that is the only case some people cover. But I'm with you on that. She needs justice. And yes, Monkey Vaughn needs justice as well. Man, and like I'm hearing there's some rumblings with Monkey's case too. Like there might be some people might be getting recharged, is what I'm hearing. So I'm hoping that's true. I don't have like direct links to Brandy Neal like some content creators do, but man, I'd love to have her up and do a live stream on what's going on with that case. But yeah, we'll get back into this, guys.
Maya was telling her about how her mom was working and how she was trying to get her attention. She talked about the feet going inward and outward volitionally. And she talked about how mom was respectfully asked to leave to see if the condition would improve, and it did. And that there were multiple stories about falls that Maya had told them at Tampa General, and they put her on video monitor. Dr. Kornberg does his own independent reassessment a week later, and notes volitional movement in all extremities, but the performance is variable, and documents that Maya is now asking for more oxycodone when mom is present with her. Saying the same thing as nurse practitioner Rice. And then we get to...
There's so many people, so many missing kids. So many, guys. It's rough. It's really, really rough. Like there's so many that we all know of that are missing, and there's so many more that nobody even knows about, like just nameless cases. It's devastating. Let's see. Pat Gaines says, I wonder when Quentin Simon's case will go to trial. I'm worried about that one, man. I'm worried about Quentin Simon's case. I'm worried about that. I'm worried that evil little spawn of Satan, I don't think she's gonna get what she deserves, to be honest with y'all. I don't like saying that, but I don't think she's gonna get what she deserves. I don't. And it pisses me off, to be honest with y'all, on the Quentin Simon stuff. Yeah. I don't even like saying her name, man. I don't. She's scum. Let's keep rolling.
To what I believe you found was dramatic testimony from Dr. Jennifer McCain, who came here and testified before you, and repeated a lot of the same statements that nurse practitioner Rice saw. And the neuropsychologist, the director of pediatric neuropsychology at Tampa General, testified to what she wrote in real time about Maya being upset with her mom while was working, about Maya having difficulty with movement in that discussion. And respectfully and honestly, Mr. Kowalski, according to her record, had told her he saw a lot of the same. A lot of the behaviors were filled with exaggerations. And then there was a comment that didn't probably appear as important at the time, but becomes important later when we get to 2016, about Maya not being motivated to return to school while she's recovering. What was Dr. McCain?
Dude, defense is trying so hard. They're trying so damn hard to like spin a completely false ass narrative. Like, this dude is capping so hard. It's ridiculous. Pat Gaines says that's going to upset a lot of people. I agree, Pat Gaines. I agree that Quentin Simon, I think the outcome on that is definitely going to piss some people off. I agree with that's. I don't want to say that. I don't want to believe that, but watching the way that that's been handled from the beginning, I don't like it. And then like the reality of how much evidence that they have on her, I just don't think it's going to be enough to get like a conviction at the level where I feel like it's satisfactory. And yeah, it's going to be very upsetting. And I kind of had that feeling the whole time we watched it unfold. Before they even had her in handcuffs, I was like, I don't like this. I just have a really bad feeling that this girl is not going to get punished the way that she needs to be punished. Lady O says, absolutely, TRPP. Thank God that he knows the truth of missing and murdered children. Yes, that is true. Stacy said, I don't think so either. Oh, about Quentin Simon? Yeah, I think if you're looking at that case realistically and you've covered enough trials and you understand how the whole process works and what it really takes to convict somebody, like a good convict, like you're talking that 25 plus year conviction, it takes so much evidence and like to secure that conviction. I just don't know if they're going to have it in that case. I just don't. I mean, unless they went in there and they found some shit in that house, when they went in, but it's like, I don't feel like they found anything. We have heard speculations and rumors of, possibly finding objects with blood on it or blood on a wall, or I don't know though, man. It's a lot of rumors, a lot of hearsay. And yeah, I don't know. I want to be optimistic about it, but I don't have a good feeling about it. Yeah, man, there's a lot of cases, guys. There are a lot of cases. A lot of babies out there need justice. A lot of babies that still need to be found. It's rough. Pat Gaines says, from the beginning, it's like they are trying to sweep this whole case away. Yeah, the Quentin Simon case, that's why, like, I think some people were speculating early, like, that, I don't even like to say, the grandma's name. I don't even like to say her name, lady with the BJ initials. Yeah. Felt like a lot of people were like speculating that she was like connected and stuff, and that's why law enforcement was like handling the situation the way they were handling it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't like how any of it went down, though. I'll be honest with you on that one. Nothing went down good. There was nothing about that was good. That whole damn thing was just it was a shit show. It really is. Anyways, let's proceed.
Gaines diagnosis, psychological factors affecting physical condition. This is what we mean when we talk about standard of care, right? This is what we mean. We're going to look at the jury instruction later. What do similarly situated healthcare providers do under similar situations? You can see the pattern here. And back in 2015, Dr. McCain was recommending follow-up for mental health professional services, including psychological and psychiatric. And so when you're thinking about damages in this case, and when the Kowalskis are asking for, we'll talk about it, but money for future psychological care, this recommendation is being made far before Maya comes to All Children's. And then there was another dramatic moment at trial, and I think you remember it because it was sort of one of those silences deafening moments when they showed Dr. McCain the video of Maya.
So basically what he's arguing right now is that, aside from them thinking Maya's faking, that, back then they were, theorizing that she needed these psychological, evaluations and these treatments and stuff, but that was based on them still trying to figure out the CRPS. So it's like, this dude he's so full of shit. It's ridiculous. Bees, there you are. Good to see you, Bees. Hello to all you beautiful people. Good to see you, Bees. Pat Gaines. I researched that county and was shocked at the crime in that area. One of the worst in the state. Yeah, for that area where the Simon case is. Heard bad things myself, right? Definitely heard bad things. All right, let's keep rolling, y'all. Let's keep listening to this dude lie out his side of his neck.
Training therapy and the video closely.
Oh, snap. Wait up before I even get started. Miss Sassy 7 in the house. Good to see you, ma'am. Good to see you, Miss Sassy.
A few times, and Mr. Anderson flat out asked her on the witness stand, "You still think this is conversion disorder?" She said she still believes it. We heard from a wonderful therapist, Marissa Higgins, and she loved Maya. Absolutely. She came here to advocate for Maya. She should. She's a therapist. But she had to also acknowledge the uncomfortable fact is that Defense Exhibit 3047, 3055, page 7, that there was a difference in behavior when Maya was with her mom versus when Maya was on her own. And she noted attitude of family, attitude of self. And if you're wondering,
Louise says, did you hear about Baby Holly? I was on ABC. Jaws definitely on ABC. No, I didn't hear about that one, Louise. I did not hear about Baby Holly. Let's see, Darzilla. If they can't prove the cause of death because of what poor Quentin's body went through, it's going to be hard to get her from unaliving him. That, plus it's like they have to have other evidence too, right? They got to have like, not just finding his body or trying to like, get to the cause of death. They're going to have like some type of like what caused it, not just figure out what caused it, but actually the item that caused it. If it was blunt force trauma, man, I don't like it, guys. I really don't like the Simon case. He says, sorry, was getting some beauty sleep. Gotcha. Feel you. This guy says, thanks, cutie blue eyes. Happy to be here, kind sir. Thank you so much. You're so sweet to me, Miss Sassy. Let's see. CPS is a broken system. I agree with you, Lady-O. Like I said, that system is what caused the West situation out here, right? The CPS, the adoption, all that stuff, it's all broken. It's all broken. No arguments here on that. Okay, I'm caught back up in chat. Let's keep going, guys.
and why am I going through all this? Because Mr. Anderson just sat up here and told you.
That's a good question. Why do you keep going through all this stuff that don't even matter? Please tell me. Please explain.
Why did all children suddenly have alarms raised? Where did this come from?
Because they got mad at a mom who knew more than them. Maybe.
Pattern is building. It wasn't just them. On the discharge summary from Dr. Kornberg, who you heard from, who, by the way, we had to read him. No one was wearing legs to have a moment of fun, but we had to read his testimony. He flatly denied saying that he was going to break my legs. And the nurse practitioner said that's not anything this kind doctor would do. But now, after being seen by pediatric intensivists, neuropsychology, psychiatry, neurology, dietitians, undergoing an EMG study where they put needles, arms, back, everywhere, which was fully tolerated without any sense of pain, this was the discharge diagnosis of Tampa General. Suspected conversion.
Hindsight said they said malice murder before Quentin was found. I believe they have evidence that led to that conclusion. Now it's either evidence hindsights or it's somebody who left that scene really early that was connected to, Leilani, who's probably like the key witness, the star witness to this whole situation. Hopefully that's hopefully they do. Hopefully they have something, but they either have something or someone to help with that conviction. Hopefully. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, caught back up.
Disorder versus factitious disorder. And all they recommended at Tampa General was this. If you go through physical therapy, occupational therapy, it's going to be painful, right? You're going to have to work through this. Non-narcotic medication, maybe some medication for pain control, you're going to improve and recover. That's what Dr. McCain testified to when she was on the stand. My belief is this child is going to...
Hindsight says Danny stating Quentin was alive when he left. What I meant by when he left, I mean, he just left that whole scene after everything went down, right? I feel like once he left the scene, he was probably in communication with the LE and gave that full story. I can almost guarantee he's going to be the witness on it. Hopefully it's enough, man. Hopefully they have enough. Hindsight, I'm hoping you're right. I hope they have enough.
We're probably back in school in August. And Dr. Kornberg reinforced it when he said to the Kowalskis, stop taking these medications, including the oxycodone. I'm going to try to orient you to some of these events by what I call little charts, because it's a lot of information to take in. This is just my sort of demonstrative to show you that in what's less than 2 months, from July 4th, we go from wheelchair to hospital, 3 diagnoses at All Children's, Lurie Children's, and Tampa General, 3 world-class institutions, multiple specialists seen by pediatric neurologists. They've all coalesced around the same diagnosis. Suspected conversion disorder. That doesn't mean your pain isn't real. It just means what you need is physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy.
Man, he is trying to confuse his jury so hard. He's doing his damnedest. Let me see. Sassy says, I believe they found blood in the house is why they said from day one she was the only suspect. It's a possibility, but it's like blood in the house wouldn't necessarily tell us exactly who caused that blood to be there. I'm thinking Danny has to be like giving the whole rundown. I think he's like probably the most powerful thing they have in this upcoming trial. And I'm just assuming that they're going to have him as a witness. I mean, it would make the most sense. Let's see. All right, cool. Caught back up. Maybe not. Let me see. Louise says her parents were unalived and cult members gave her to a priest to adopt and found out everything like 30 years later, and she is alive. Baby Holly, and she even wrote a book. Damn, no, I ain't heard about that one. I'm gonna have to look into that one, Luis. That sounds like a pretty crazy story. What's crazy is how many stories there are like that out there. There's a lot of insanity that happens in this world. Some stories are stranger than fiction, for real. Truth is stranger than fiction sometimes.
And you should return to normal. And by the way, not just that. Right? Not just them. Defense exhibit, actually, this is joint exhibit. The J is joint. Joint exhibit 1066, number 3. Dr. Wassenaar, the trusted pediatrician, what did he say? When he saw Maya after being released from Tampa General, he wrote in his record, too, there's significant behavioral overlays complicating the assessment, and noted his concern that despite seeing the note from Dr. Kornberg to stop taking oxycodone, that Maya's still using 2 milliliters of liquid oxycodone several times a day. And what did he write in his impression before anyone thought we would be here in court? Joint Exhibit 1066, his impression. Behavioral disturbance with possible conversion disorder. The same diagnosis being made at 3 other hospitals, their pediatrician. And somehow all these people missed what they believe is the diagnosis of CRPS.
Well, yeah, because you got to be a freaking specialist to even figure out how to test and know what you're looking at with CRPS. I think we've been over this the whole damn trial. Literally, the whole trial, all this stuff's been explained, and this dude is still over here coping for freaking Johns Hopkins. It's so irritating. So irritating. Louis says, yeah, I know, right? It's crazy, but so glad baby Holly was found alive. Yeah, most definitely. That's crazy. It's like, to think about it then, right? Think about what we're saying right now, what that story Luis is telling. Think about that. What if in 20, 25, 30 years from now, all of a sudden some blonde girl pops up out of nowhere and is like, yeah, I got kidnapped or sold off or got lost and somebody found me, whatever the situation may be, right? In Tennessee, 20, 25, 30 years ago. What if that happens with one of these cases like Summers, where we're not sure, we don't have absolute factual, like we know that she's either with us or no longer with us? That shit would be crazy, guys. That'd be crazy, right? For all of us to be covering it for these years and then it go cold, and then, like I said, 20 years from now, she pops up somewhere. It'd be nuts. But essentially, that's what happened in this story with baby Holly, right? She went missing. Nobody found her, right? Investigation, cold case. And then next thing you know, she's a grown-ass woman telling this crazy story. Nuts. Where's the other half of our lagoon? I don't know. Bees, I don't know where everybody is today. We've been maintaining about 30s in the chat today. But yeah, we definitely missing some people. Right now, say we're at 88 views, which, yeah, I guess that is kind of light for our usual. And we're at 41 likes, so that's what it's saying. So, I mean, we got people here. It's just, the other part of the lagoon is definitely missing. Let's see. Luis says, I was thinking the same thing. Like I said, anything is possible unless proven with evidence. You know what? I like that thought. I do like that thought. I like that thought of her popping up 20 years from now, way better than her never being found. I do like that thought, Luis. I'll roll with that thought. Lady O said, be right back. All righty. Okay, let's keep rolling on this freaking liar face here. Let's listen to some more lies.
You know where this first appears? I think you caught this because everyone here's taking great notes and taking great attention. Mr. Hunter.
This dude's such a manipulator too, I swear. Such a freaking manipulator.
Noted this. This is where this appears. The first time you see RSD in the record is from a note from Dr. Kreisman. He's a pulmonologist at All Children's. And he notes in his record that reflex sympathetic disorder is the most current diagnosis. She got this from a Facebook group. I think the testimony was she had a friend who had RSD, and she came up with this diagnosis despite 3 world-class hospitals and their own pediatrician steering them towards what the proper therapy and diagnosis was. And even again, Dr. Kreisman is encouraging the family to continue psychotherapy and plant some seeds to continue therapy. Then we get to Dr. Kirkpatrick. No board certifications, no hospital privileges, meaning he's not submitting his credentials to a hospital committee to say, can I practice there? We've heard from Dr. Bifocal what he charges. Actually, I think it's $12,000 now for cash for 40 days of ketamine. And he testified that Maya had a poor response to his treatment, so he had to send her to Mexico. But look what he wrote in his note. Joint Exhibit 1056. He wrote, it's also been suggested there's a psychogenic component to her pain. Was it reasonable for him, knowing that, to start pushing ketamine? And look what he also wrote. He recommended evaluation by a pediatric internist. And then he discussed the risks of ketamine, which have been tried to be downplayed in this courtroom. But fortunately for all of us, Beata Kowalski took excellent notes, didn't you? You've seen a lot of her emails. She took excellent notes. Let's hear from her. Here's her Facebook post. 10/12/2015. This is after Dr. Kirkpatrick. Tuesday was a lot harder than I expected it to be. She had hallucinations with monsters, which made her feel very scared and terrified. Mumbled, double vision. It was just Maya, ketamine, and me taking this curvy, bumpy road to fight.
Miss Darcy, good to see you. I'm sitting in the bush, having a bad day. Hey to everyone. Miss Darcy, I'm sorry you're having a bad day. much love and good vibes going your way. Whatever it is causing your bad day, hopefully that works itself out. Yeah, I feel you though. I feel you on them bad days. Let's see. Gator Hater says, I hope that as more people do DNA for heritage, that others will be found, or at least maybe bring closure to cold cases. My bill is an unsolved violent murder, and I pray one day we match and we get justice. That's you know what's crazy too is one of my ex-girlfriends, she her uncle, man, he like this dude, good guy, wasn't really into anything, just went missing one year, just like out of nowhere. Nobody, still nothing. 20 years, nothing, no trace of him. It's crazy. I mean, he wasn't a little kid or anything, but still, just people disappearing like that it's insane. B says, I shared the live. How about you? I don't know, Bees. I don't know who else shared it. Let's see. Sassy says, but being realistic after watching her get and acting like she was having a good time in jail, that she will get a small sentence, maybe 10 years at most. I know. You're talking about Lailani, right? Probably right. All right, guys, let's keep rolling.
RSV. This is really important what's written next. STM, short-term memory. Short-term memory challenges were hard to handle. Couldn't remember my name, where she was, state she lives in. Here's what's also important. Ketamine's no big deal, right? At the end of the infusion, her saturations went down into the 70s, and she couldn't breathe well on her own. This is being given in an office, not in an ICU setting. She got very close to becoming intubated. This is what I mean when the defense says unnecessary medications being given at dangerous levels. And so here's the timeline for 2 more months. She's back at All Children's getting the MRI. We see the record from Dr. Kreisman. We see the diagnosis from Dr. Kirkpatrick on the first visit. And then 4 infusions, the refill of oxycodone from Dr. Wassner, and she's already in All Children's Hospital for abdominal pain. And Dr. Kirkpatrick had to write her not 1, but 2 refills for a hydromorphone pump. And by the way, this is before she could even get to Mexico. Was the ketamine working? Did they need a hydromorphone pump? This is at Defense Exhibit 3402A. You're going to see this exhibit contains not just the hydromorphone, but all the oral ketamine that was being drank in the meantime. They go to see Dr. Cam too. Cash paid. If you look for his records, you're going to find a few. I can't direct you to them. Apparently, there's some labs in there, but I can find very little. To his credit, one of you asked an excellent question. Among all the great questions, I thought this was one of the better ones. Dr. Cantu, is this coma controversial? Because it's obviously they don't do this in the United States. And he said, yes, it is controversial. We do this.
He's such an ass, man. He was like singles out this question out of all the questions the jurors asked, which were a lot of amazing questions that made defense look kind of bad. So he found the one question that the jurors asked that he could like work with in a way to make his defense work a little bit better. He was an ass, man. Those jurors asked a bunch of questions that put Johns Hopkins in a spot. This guy.
This is a last resort when everything else fails, right? So he said, this is being done to Maya less than, 6 weeks after Kirkpatrick gave her the diagnosis? And again, Beata Kowalski, to everyone's benefit, wrote exactly what's going on at this point. I'm the youngest child in history who's developed severe generalized RSD, and I'm the youngest child who's going to be placed in a high-dose coma.
Dude, they have to use Miata's notes because she actually took notes, unlike a bunch of the other professionals, right? They actually have to use Miata, the poor mom that, unalived herself because of this situation. They had to use her notes to fight against her family. Tough. You can't make this up. Miss Darcy says, pain sucks. Thank you, TPP, Gator, and Bees. I had a injection in my shoulder on Friday, and here I am still cleared up and hurting worse than before the injection. I'm sorry, Miss Darcy. Damn, I got an injection in my shoulder too. It hurt a little bit, but it don't sound like it's what you got going on though. Damn, I'm sorry. I'll be praying for you, Miss Darcy. You know that though. You know that.
acknowledging this procedure is high risk due to all of these complications, and they're at risk of total body failure and death. Coma day 2. Gagging in her throat with, thank God my mommy was right there, she helped me to suction my mouth to prevent death. There's the recollection of ketamine giving magical powers. And when you look at actually what happened, what they were worried about the front end, remember the sepsis and the death? It's right here. Last night was rough for me. My temperature went up again. I became tachycardic, heart racing, and restless. The sputum gland.
Like, okay, this is a mother who's also at a top-notch nurse taking awesome notes. Like, maybe the ladies from Johns Hopkins should take a look at these notes and learn how to like keep track of things. You know what I mean? Properly, because there was no more notes from Miata than there were from Johns Hopkins. Like, what? Make that make sense.
Stain came back positive for gram cocci. Now they have to give the antibiotics. And then the statement at the bottom, she's got a high tolerance for drugs. The amount they were giving her, if she was a horse, she would be comatose or dead. It continued throughout the coma. I don't mean to belabor this. This was not a spa day in Monterey. This was a very dangerous procedure that almost ended her life. All of these are back in evidence at Defense Exhibit 3148. Upon return to the United States, we saw allergist and immunologist Dr. Alvin Mendez. He came and testified to. Remember his testimony. He talked about that, again, just like Dr. Wyndham, he didn't see the asthma, normal lung function. He also expressed his concern about all the steroids she's getting, unnecessary medications at dangerous levels. And that, as he wrote in his note, he was concerned about a psychological component to this. He said, Munchausen's by proxy. So when the plaintiff said, after Dr. Kirkpatrick got involved, nobody ever suspected anything other than CRPS, not true. Not true. Dr. Mendez did, and put this on a letter to Dr. Wassenaar. It's at Defense Exhibit 3031, number 10. Let's look at our timeline. Not just November.
Yeah, you guys are so funny. I swear, man. I'm sitting here paying attention to this, trying to, like pick apart this this argument, right? And I look over and see comments like this. Miss Sassy, you do too damn much, Miss Sassy. Yeah, that was funny. That was. I'm red now. You made me red. That was pretty damn funny.
December. Remember, this is only 5 months after the 4th of July, riding the bike normally on July 3rd, not just a coma in Mexico, but we're back to Mexico again for booster and booster and booster. And they want to tell you the ketamine's working. Well, let's see if it worked. Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski. Relapse January 13th. Blurred vision, massive headache. The pain in my head is so intense I could hardly say anything. Worse each day. Relapse. And by the way, look at the last line. I was taking the ketamine ATC around the clock, every 3.5 hours. So when you look at the chart of infusions, does it include the ketamine she's drinking, the anesthetic that she's drinking? This is in addition to that. We get to Dr. Hana.
And sit here talking all this mess on the ketamine when they used it too. They were using it on her too. Oh, this dude is so freaking stupid. I hate this guy. I know I'm not supposed to hate people. It's unchristian-like, but I mean, I dislike him strongly. An accidental, throat punch or elbow to the throat wouldn't feel bad for him. April P. He's just talking out of his butt. That's what I'm saying, April P. See, you guys all know I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a medical professional at all. But I definitely know when a lawyer isn't a medical professional and is talking some medical nonsense out the side of his neck. Definitely. I'm with you, April P. I'm with you. Let's see. Miss Darcy said this doctor injected differently than the first one. I had that. I had next day relief and lasted 10 weeks. See, man, that's what I'm talking about. I got medical professionals, and then I got people that are actually deal with this stuff. My coverage of this trial, I think, has been way different than other content creators' coverage of this trial, because of the fact that I have so many medical people in our community. Like Criminal Med, she can't be here with us right now. She got a surprise today. Her son showed up, so she's hanging out with her son. But she's been invaluable, man. She's added so much to these streams. All my medical people, all this knowledge, y'all. You guys have made the coverage of this Maya trial like super awesome on this channel. I'm not just being biased because we got an awesome channel and awesome community, but I've went other places where they're covering Maya, and it's like they don't have a grasp of what's going on the way that we've figured it out over here. You know, the way we've broke it down with all the medical professionals giving their knowledge out. It's been awesome. The only other good coverage I've seen on this one is like the lawyer. You know, he's covered it pretty well. Peter, he's did a pretty good job of covering it, but he gives it from that legal aspect, right? That legal side, the defensive side. So you know, it's a little biased at times, but it's been pretty good. I just don't feel like enough people understand like the significance of this trial. I just don't. I think it hasn't really hit people the way it should. Darcy said, "Oh, that's awesome that she gets to spend the day with her son." Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because she had messaged me and let me know she wasn't going to be able to mod today or be up on the panel. And I was like, you know what? No big deal. No big deal. What's going on? What you got going on? And she told me that, yeah, her boy was surprising them, was going to be there at noon. So they were picking him up from the airport. So hopefully she's having an awesome time. I'm sure she is. Stacy said, this guy is annoying. I'm with you, Miss Stacy. 100% with you on that. He's like grimy. He's just got a grimy vibe about him. He might be a nice guy in real life. I don't know. But in the courtroom, definitely comes off like a weasel. His closing argument isn't going to take away all of the I don't know, I don't remember, and straight up lies from his witnesses. Perfectly said, Darzilla. Perfectly said. Perfectly said. He's literally just up there spewing, you know, a word salad. And it's all it is just a bunch of words, and he's putting like this story together with these you know, little pieces of information here and there, and trying to like create some type of story out of it that just isn't. It's not true. All right, let's keep rolling.
Again, no hospital privileges. Advertises his services at ivketamine.com and nopainhonda.com. No referral. Told you he didn't know whether any psychological counseling is going on. He's the one who prescribed the oral ketamine. Unfortunately for all of us, Dr. Hanna puts in his records, you've seen these. He does it almost for every visit. January 25th, 2016, quality of life is 2. After the coma, after all those boosters, after Kirkpatrick, and then we get to Dr. Barr. Him and Mr. Hunter got a little testy, but he ultimately told you he wasn't the one who made the diagnosis of CRPS. But then we got to, again, wonderful jury questions from one or more of you. And if you remember why, he came on right after Dr. Chopra, right? I think it was the next day. Somebody here asked the brilliant questions because Dr. Chopra tried to downplay ketamine. Dr. Barr, thank you for your service. Let me ask you this question. Do you think ketamine has these symptoms? Withdrawal? Yes. Nausea, vomiting, heart racing? Yes. Is there a risk of addiction? He said yes, depending on the length of treatment. And then the ultimate question, do you use it? No. I recommend the evidence-based approach of non-narcotic pain control, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. And then he wrote in his note, which is at Joint Exhibit 1039, that her pain was throughout her body. It's like fire. Is this ketamine working? Well, let's go back to Dr. Hanna. Quality of life 3, March 25th. Month later, quality of life 3, April 25th. Look at the timeline. Over 30 infusions just from January through April, going back to All Children's Hospital in January for abdominal pain. This doesn't even include all the oral ketamine, which we can't track. Then we get to Dr. Speed.
Wow, it's amazing. They're giving us the medical history of a girl with CRPS. I mean, it's checks out. Checks out. Yeah, she quality of life was shit. A lot of stuff was working. Even aggressive doses of ketamine, they work the best, but it's still not a cure-all, right? Like, what? I mean, what are you telling us? You're telling us stuff we already know. Like, you try to put the story together, bro, and it just ain't working, man. Nobody's buying it, buddy. Nobody's buying it.
Dr. Spiegel's giving hyperbaric oxygen therapy. No one here is criticizing it. If the Kowalski's wanted to pursue it, ultimately, it's, I think as you heard, it's a relatively benign treatment, whether it helps or hurts. But his consultation note is what's interesting here. Because he was unable to examine Maya when mom was present, but when Mr. Kowalski was there, he could. Is the ketamine work? When a neurologist writes in his record on May 13th, 2016, that she has whole body pain and was...
What is going on with my volume? The heck?
Vegetable due to severe pain. Is it work? Grams of Versed problem. Sometimes I can't tell if it's AM or PM diet. Even eat breakfast or not.
1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me mess with this. What is going on?
Treatments of hyperbaric oxygen and 3 days of ketamine, 3,000 milligrams. I've been the hospital that I have the privilege, how mom was respected. adamant that they would need a PIC line.
1 second, guys. 1 second. Technical difficulties.
And peripheral inserted central catheter for transfer.
What is up? Let's see. Can you guys give me some ones in chat if you guys can hear me? I don't know what's going on with my volume. Everything just maybe my computer's like done. I'm honestly like waiting for this thing to take a crap on me, to be honest with y'all. I hope that's not what's happening right now. I like literally just lost all volume. So you guys can hear me, but my volume isn't playing on any of these videos. Appreciate y'all. I see the ones. Damn, what is going on with this? Let's see. Oh, come on. Let's see.
Agreement with plan of care. That's October 11th. How about Dr. Smash?
What is up, guys? I don't know what's going on, y'all. Let me try a whole nother. I'm gonna have to try to pull this up in a whole nother window. Say 248. Let's try Let's try this one. See if this window will work. Volume is on.
But then we got to, again, wonderful jury questions from one or more of you.
What is going on?
If you remember why,
man?
he came on
Come
programs
on,
of Versed needed to control agitation.
Let's refresh it.
Like this is 0. And if you want to know why I'll
What is going on? Let me check StreamYard. Come on. Ridiculous. Settings. Audio. Saying it's on. Like, what the hell is going on? Well, I don't know, guys. I don't know. This ain't making much sense. Damn, we were like almost done too. We're like right there. Yep, dude, my volume's out. Like none of my I'm trying to pull it up on different
it's because of this.
Nail session. An apparent
Yep.
agent.
I don't know.
20.
Damn.
Those are
Okay, well, that drastically changes the game plan for this live stream, hey? Let me see what you guys are saying in chat real quick. Let me see. You can hear the video? Can you guys hear the video? Let me see. You guys can hear it, but I can't. What the hell? Well, that doesn't work. I need to be able to hear it so I can react to it, or, you know what I mean? And know what you guys are hearing. Yeah, I wasn't trying to ignore you guys. I apologize. Yeah. So you guys can hear the video, but I can't. Damn. Let's see, we were like. So y'all can hear that?
Let's talk about the EEG room. This is your second allegation of false imprisonment. You heard from.
Wait up. Let me try one more thing. Give me 1 second. Pull this down. Okay, I think I got it. Guys. I think I got it. Let's see.
Working? Well, let's go back to Dr. Hanna.
Can you guys hear that?
Quality of life 3.
Can you guys hear that? No, you didn't upset me, Bees. I'm like, technical difficulties were upsetting me. But if you guys can hear that, I can hear it now. I can hear it again. I don't know what is going on. Boy, we're back in action. Sweet. Okay, you guys can hear it. Thank you guys. I apologize for that. Technical difficulties, y'all. I swear I know what I'm doing, I think.
March 25th. Month later, quality of life 3, April 25th. Look at the timeline. Over 30 infusions just from January through April. Going back to All Children's Hospital in January for abdominal pain. This doesn't even include all the oral ketamine, which we can't track. Then we get to Dr. Spiegel. Dr. Spiegel is giving hyperbaric oxygen therapy. No one here is criticizing it. If the Kowalski's wanted.
Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. See, you guys are still, most of y'all are still here. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for your patience. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why the audio cut out like that. Strange.
Do it. Ultimately, it's, I think as you heard, it's a relatively benign treatment, whether it helps or hurts. But his consultation note.
I did, because I checked it. Everything's hooked up. I don't know. What I did though is I closed out all those windows and opened up fresh, and we good now. So I don't know.
Is what's interesting, because he was unable to examine Maya when mom was present, but when Mr. Kowalski was there, he could. Is the ketamine working when a neurologist writes in his record on May 13th, 2016, that she has whole body pain and was a vegetable due to severe pain? Is it working? What about his exam of the extremities? No change in temperature, no change in color, no swelling. That's what edema is. And then you remember you saw this medication list? This is an evidence. 2 full pages of it.
Oh my God. A little girl with CRPS, really bad case of CRPS, has a bunch of medications. Imagine that. Dude, I didn't even have CRPS. And like the height of my immune system issues and stuff, I was like on 12 different medications. I didn't have anything close to what she had. So this doesn't really shock me.
Let's go back to Dr. Hanna and see if the ketamine's working. May 13th, 2016. Still a 3. June 24th, 2016. Still a 3. Let's hear from Beata Kowalski again. Week of 7/10/16. In addition to the 5 treatments of hyperbaric oxygen and 3 days of ketamine,
Luis says sometimes tech malfunctions, huh? Glad it's working all the way around. Me too, man. I thought my computer just took a crap. I thought, I knew it, man. I'm like holding out till I get to the point where I got enough funds saved to get the new computer. So I'm just hoping this one lasts up until we get the new computer. This is I think I built this computer like, dang, it's been a while now. I mean, at least 6 years ago I built this thing. I built it the game, so it does okay. But man, I need to upgrade for sure.
1,000 milligrams. I've been very forgetful from the ketamine. Short-term memory is definitely a problem. Sometimes I can't tell if it's AM or PM. Did I even eat breakfast or not? Did I have my ketamine yet? Did I go into the chamber? Everything is just a blur to me. Back to Dr. Wassner, and you heard the testimony that Maya was asked to go back to school, and the Kowalskis challenged that. What did he verify as a signed statement to the school on the hospital homebound form of August 24th, 2016? Is Maya under medical care for an injury that is acute, catastrophic, or chronic? Yes. Remember that statement when they're going to come back and ask my client to pay them $30 million for future CRPS care, $10 million or whatever the number was. This is 2 months before she comes.
Well, let me explain it to you, buddy. We're not getting you guys for the fact that she has CRPS. That's not what we're coming after you for, buddy. We're coming after you for the fact that you exacerbated her situation and made it worse. The fact that she can never get rid of the CRPS, yeah, great. That's a fact. We understand that, guy. But what the other point is what you guys did to her and her family is going to make her condition way worse the rest of her life, right? That goes without, like, there's no even, you can't even argue that. Like, what is wrong with this dude? Miss Fred says, okay, here is my question. I haven't watched this trial. I just couldn't. So with computers and online portals, couldn't all her doctors see what meds she was on? No, not necessarily, Miss Fred. If the hospitals or the offices are in the same organization, they will have the same information. But if they're not linked, then you have to request it from each independent office. Let's see, Miss Darcy. Apparently, this asshat hasn't had pain so bad it makes you forget what day it is or whether you've had your pain meds. I'm telling you, I'm right. Yep, I agree, Miss Darcy. Miss Fred says, my doctors all know what I'm on, who prescribed what and when. So who was at fault here? Yeah. Well, honestly, Johns Hopkins, essentially, in my opinion, is at fault because even though Johns Hopkins, their network isn't linked with some of these other healthcare providers, they could have went and easily got the information. And in all honesty, they did get the information, and the information that they got, like especially Sally Smith, she got information as one of the doctors straight up said, I don't press the child abuse thing because like this is what she's been, diagnosed with. So Johns Hopkins essentially is to blame all the way around, in my opinion. Louise says, agree. Exactly. I agree with you psychologically and physically. All right, guys, let's keep rolling.
And she's too sick to go to school. In fact, Dr. Wassner said she cannot even attend school with an accommodation. And she has to be hospital homebound. Is the ketamine working? Back to Dr. Hanna. Here's the letter he wrote to the school district. Maya case suffers from horrific disease.
But what he's not bringing up is even with all of her struggles, right? Even with all of her struggles and these like special exceptions for schooling and all this, the girl still crushes it. She's still freaking crushing it. So like even with the issues that she's having, she was still crushing it. Like, come on, get out of here. As Fred says, I have an entire file I carry with me to every appointment. All my labs, all my meds, everything. Everyone should have something similar. It makes quality of care easier. Ouch. I'm gonna argue with that, Miss Fred. That's pretty damn smart. Me myself, I'm pretty lucky. I have really good insurance through my company, the job I work for. And all the healthcare providers I go to, they're all in the same network, so they share the same information. So I mean, every once in a while, I have to go see a healthcare provider outside of that network, and then I have to do do that what you're doing. But that's good advice. Definitely good advice.
CRPS. Look at the pain scores. Look at the pain scores. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, migraine 10 out of 10, severe weakness, nausea, vomiting, and then this statement. She's unable to eat or drink for 3.5 days. This is serious for a child this age. Here's the timeline. May through September. 19 more infusions plus who knows how much oral ketamine. And Dr. Wassner is saying she can't go back to school. It all culminates in this. On October 5th, 2016, Dr. Hanna at Joint Exhibit, I don't have the Joint Exhibit, I apologize, it's in his records. He writes a script for the malnourishment. Nutritional consult needed due to patient being malnourished, low body weight, iron deficiency, anemia, and chronic nausea.
Well, yeah, man, because part of the CRPS is you have flare-ups with the whole intestinal tract, right? So when you have flare-ups with your intestinal tract, trust me, I know all about this stuff. When you have flare-ups in your intestinal tract, your stomach, all that, your body does not take in nutrients the same way. So you will become deficient over time if that inflammation isn't put into check. So all these things that he's bringing up, it's literally all he's describing is a little girl who's suffering from CRPS and whose family's trying to figure out how to take care of her the best way possible. That's literally all he's doing. He's just reiterating all the facts that this is a sick girl. And I don't know, man, this guy's an idiot. I can't with this guy. Shapiro too, right? It's his last name. Figures with that last name. Luis said, yeah, I don't understand why they wouldn't look into the primary prescribing doctor. And that's the thing is they didn't want to listen to the guy that, diagnosed her with it. They just want to ignore that guy, He's Captain Ketamine, Dr. K. Sassy, you know what this butthole probably thinks hard narcotics for. That's so funny, Sassy. You too much, Sassy.
Nausea. We learned on the last day of rebuttal testimony from Mr. Kowalski when he took the stand. I wasn't aware of this. Mrs. Kowalski was at this appointment. She wasn't taken to the doctor that day. Mr. Kowalski went back to Dr. Hanna's office. And here we are. 55 infusions, a ketamine coma in Mexico, boosters in Mexico, oral ketamine occasionally around the clock, days of not eating, days of not drinking, short-term memory problems, and her quality of life is a 0. And if you want to know why all children's intervened, it's because of this.
Bro, you capping, man. You are capping. So y'all knew within that first couple hours of them being there that this was all what it is, and you guys made your decision that you were trying to save this little girl's life from her parents and their medical abuse. You're full of shit, man. Y'all had to search for how long to get all this information? So you didn't even have all this information to make that accusation or that judgment. Dude, it is let me get to this comment because I agree with this right here. Dakota says to Luis, I honestly think it was mostly ego. They thought they were the best of the best and didn't need to talk to anyone else. That and made their mind up about Beta immediately. I agree.
Look at what it's, by the way, this isn't just ketamine. This is 100 milligrams of Versed needed to control agitation on October 6th. 2 vials of ketamine, 14 vials of Versed, 8 vials of Zofran for nausea and vomiting. You can find this record at Joint Exhibit 1040. You know what's even more shocking is the weight. You can check his records. She didn't gain a pound from when he started seeing her in January until he finished seeing her in October. Look at what this is, the old meme, how it started. How's it going? January 14th, 2016.
Or did he just make a reference to a meme? This ass.
16, his infusion started over 4 hours with 1 vial of ketamine, 8 vials of Versed, 4 milligrams of Zofran, and by the time he's done, 2 vials of ketamine, 14 vials of Versed, double the Zofran to keep the nausea and vomiting down, magnesium sulfate, and now we're up to 100 milligrams of Benadryl to control for the allergic reaction. This is what this looks like. This is what this looks like. Look where Dr. Patrick started. These are high doses, by the way. The green line at the bottom is what Dr. Crane testified to, the low dose that they use for refractory CRPS occasionally.
It's like showing all these graphs in a very traumatic way to get like an emotional response from the jury that he just said, don't be emotional in your in your decision making. This guy, this dude.
These are the doses. In fact, I ran out of room on the right. 24.1 milligrams per kilogram per hour. I think the testimony is 30 to 200 times the dose given in an office. And to Dr. Hana's credit, he did say, I sent her to All Children's because I failed to help her. This is not ketamine working. He failed to help her. He could not control her pain with maximum doses, and he was not comfortable going higher. You have heard a lot about the hurricane, right? Like, why?
Miss Sassy, Julie, mom is she's at her new job. She's at work right now, so she can't be with us at the moment. B says, thank you all for your support here at the Lagoon. And I second that. I get behind that statement 100. Stacy says, I really don't know much about this case. I watch your replay catch up. Ooh, it's a long trial. We've been covering this whole trial. But I feel like most of our live streams have been pretty informational. You probably get most of it in off a good live stream, a replay. Okay, let's keep rolling. Dude, where does this fly come from, man? Get off of me, bro.
Why are the Kowalskis so insistent on saying we went up for a hurricane? We know they were staying at the Ronald McDonald House because they know if this is true, what Dr. Hana said, it's an admission that the ketamine failed. It's an admission that the ketamine failed.
Dude, you're like, okay, so what's the point, bro? What is the point you're getting at? It just, I don't know, y'all. This dude's irritating me.
Now we get to my client's institution, the hospital that I have the privilege to represent. No signs of withdrawal. What was the very first thing Dr. Bayar Posey?
See you later says, hit that like button. Need 5 more likes to hit that 50 mark, y'all. Do me a huge favor. Smash that like if you haven't already. Get us that 50. Helps us out huge in the algorithm, y'all. Huge. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? No, looks like I'm caught up. Let's keep rolling, y'all.
He said in the emergency department. Her differential diagnosis she testified to by video. Differential diagnosis number 1, withdrawal, including the abdominal issues, and having to cancel exams because they wouldn't give 1,500 milligrams of ketamine in the ER. Dr. Tepa Sanchez spoke to you, board certified pediatric critical care medicine. She was kind, but she talked to you about what she saw. Mom demanding a ketamine coma with intubation. This allegation that we're trying to falsely imprison her, we were trying to transfer her from moment one because we are not an acute care, a chronic care facility that at that time was able to treat whether it was psychosomatic disorder or whether this was complex regional pain syndrome that required long-term treatment. She testified to you under oath. The family never asked to leave. How about Dr. Dolan? She testified with you too. Well, and by the way, I think it's important to note the diagnosis that appears in our record that you see at the bottom, chronic diagnosis, complex regional pain syndrome diagnosed by outpatient physicians. It wasn't our diagnosis. We respected it. My clients respected it, tried to treat it.
Oh, yeah. They respected us so much, they called Maya ketamine girl, right? They respected the hell out of it. Man, get the hell out of here. Get out of here.
It was not a diagnosis we came up with. This was a diagnosis that came from an outside provider. Dr. Dolan noted the same thing again, first day of admission. Mom requesting a ketamine coma. Dr. Dolan told you that she was shocked by this. Dr. Dolan also told you she reached out to Dr. Hana. They weren't ignoring the outside consultants. They were getting her input. So why did All Children's intervene? Why did All Children's tell the Kowalskis, we would like you to stay? They did not tell them you cannot leave. They told you
That's bullshit. That is bullshit, man.
would like you to stay. It's safe to stay here because of this. Because of Nurse Thatcher, her notes. Mom asking to prime the lines with propofol? Giving rewards of Valium for tolerating a CT scan? And the hospital's supposed to look the other way on this? That's the coward's way out. What about these notes from the ICU? What about the one given by Nurse Klink? I'm tired of all these lies. My life is a lie. They're supposed to ignore that? Remember that statement because it repeats itself in Dr. Lewis's report. How about this statement?
Oh, a little girl that's in an immense amount of pain and is on multiple drugs says something like that, and like you're gonna take it like, man, it just come on.
Maya hasn't eaten 5 days because she's not allowed? And then this is the ultimate one. Mom says if we can't get her pain controlled, we may as well consult hospice so she can finally get enough medication and just let her die. The coward's way out is to let them leave. People who care about children do not let that child walk out the door without talking to the family. This is alarming. And you know what? They did. They did. And what was even more alarming about this is you hear these statements about a hospice consult, and at the same time, some of the nurses are saying she's totally fine and resting comfortably when mom's not in the room. You remember this. And if you think I'm making it up, let's listen to Mr. Kowalski.
When nobody else was in the room but Maya and the staff, she acted completely normal. When mom would walk in the room, she was instantly.
I heard that many times.
Now, why would a little girl act different like that? Why would a little girl act different like that? Be hard and tough. And then when mom gets there, she breaks, right? She acts differently. I think most of us that have kids can explain that to you. I mean, I could explain that to you because mom is your soft spot. Mom is your soft spot. That's who you get to break on. You know what I mean? You get to hold it together. You hold it together. You be tough. You be strong. But when you got mom, mom's that soft spot for you. So you can express exactly how you're feeling because you know that you got your soft spot. And not only was Miata her soft spot, her mom, Miata was a skilled nurse. She was skilled. She knew what was going on. She knew what her daughter was going through. So she had the utmost sympathy and empathy for her daughter. Like, why these people can't understand why Maya would act one way around them and then a different way around her mom, like that's explainable to me. Even as a father, like I've watched it with my own children. Them be one way, even with me, even with how good I am with my kids, when they're really little, like mom is just, that's your soft spot. And we're talking, she was a 9-year-old little girl. We ain't talking about she was 16, 17, 18. She was a 9-year-old little girl dealing with insanity, medical insanity. Like these, I don't know. It makes sense to me. I don't know what this dude, I don't know why he can't get it. Let me see what y'all are saying. What's up, Art? What's up? I'll that as well. If you guys are new here, I'll go ahead and use that as a segue. Bees, thank you for dropping that cash out. If you're new here, I do accept donations for the channel, right? For the channel. So we have PayPal, Venmo, and was it CashApp? My bad. If you do donate to the channel, leave your screen name and what platform you're watching me from, and that way I can put you up on the donation wall. I have a donation wall that it plays for the first minute or two before each live stream, and then it plays at the end of each live stream. So I give shout outs and love back to the people that donate. But all donations go to pay for StreamYard, Canva, all the programs I use to run the show, and the rest goes in towards equipment for the show. If you don't want to donate on, monetarily through PayPal, Cash App, any of that, and you want to contribute to the show, the studio needs work. We need new equipment, and I have a Amazon registry. So if you want to go check that out and you want to donate to that, I'd appreciate it greatly. If you don't want to donate, that's cool too. Just show up, smash the likes, smash the shares, and that's all I can really ask from y'all. But thank you, Bees, for dropping that. I appreciate that. And actually, since you reminded me, let me go ahead and give my shout out. So far, month of November, we have Sassy7 and Angela K with 1 donation apiece. I'll get into the supers later on. I'll get into the super donators later on. But much love, ladies. I appreciate y'all. Let's get back into it, though. Let's get back into it. Ruby Joy, good to see you. 46 late, but finally made it. Hey, TRPP, good to see you. Good to see you too, Ruby Joy. Thank you for being here. Let's see. What the hell? Not allowed to eat? Why not? I don't know. Miss Stacy, I already love this channel. Great people in chat. Thank you, Miss Stacy. I agree with you, and I'm not just saying that because it's my channel, but I hung out with a lot of these people and other channels and other live streams and stuff long before this community popped up. A lot of great people here. A lot of great people. Miss Darcy says, I get the hospice comment. I totally get it. I signed a DNR, then I got help finally. But until then, the pain was all in my head. Trust me, I hate that. I hate that because, like I said, I don't have CRPS, but I have some issues, right? I have some medical issues, autoimmune issues to certain things I deal with, and before I figured out what exactly was wrong with me, and I would complain about no energy and pain and this and that, and it'd be like, it's just in your head. You need to go get some therapy. You see a psychologist. This. Man, get the hell out of here, dude. It was my diet. My diet was wrecking me. Let's see. Louise says, because they are comfortable and know the mom loves her and will do whatever she can do for her, right? So my little ramble about why Maya would act different, that makes sense to all you ladies, all my people in here, right? Let's see. Ruby Joy says, hey, Stacy, nice to see you here. Yeah, thank you for the love, Miss Stacy. Thank you for the love. This community is dope. Oh, snap. There's another one. Another just awesome, supportive individual. One of the best mods you can ask for, Miss Jeannie Ange. Thank you for dropping that, Miss Jeannie. Good to see you. I was wondering if you was in the bushes, Miss Jeannie. I was wondering when I was going to see you. Good to see you.
No other explanation for that.
Yeah, I noticed it too with myself, and then my comes home from work.
And all of a sudden she's back.
There'll be changes.
We need like 4 more likes, guys. 4 more likes to hit that 50.
So you're at home, your guys are doing well, they're playing.
No complaints about pain.
No complaints
but
about
then
that.
when mom gets home,
She's
maybe-
in pain.
Let's talk about the period where they're alleging my clients imprisoned them from October 7th to 13th. This is a relatively straightforward one because my clients took meticulous notes during this time period. Dr. Dolan, discussing the weaning plan, recommending transfer to other facilities. For a hospital that wants to imprison someone, this is awfully bizarre behavior. This is at Joint Exhibit 1001633. Look at the bottom. We had a long conversation with the parents. Look at what they're recommending in the second paragraph. Recommend CBT, psych involvement for treatment, as this is part of the standard of care for CRPS. Respecting the diagnosis that this could be CRPS. What she needs is long-term cognitive behavioral therapy and physical therapy. And they're trying to find the services for it. And not just Dr. Dolan, but Dr. Elliott. Long discussion with the parents twice. Parents in agreement with plan of care. That's October 11th. How about Dr. Smith? She came and testified to you. Discussing the weaning schedule with the mom, it was all agreed to. How about Dr. Smith the next day? Again, keeping the parents completely involved in the discussion who agree with the plan of care. Now, if only we had an email to put all this to rest, right? Wouldn't it be nice to hear from?
Luis, okay, about to start driving again. Still listening though. Luis, safe travels. Be safe. But thank you for still listening.
Mrs. Kowalski, what'd you think? That would help settle this, wouldn't it? Beata Kowalski to Jack Kowalski, talking about being accused of trying to take my AMA against mental advice home. That's a lie.
Yo, what a dirty brat. Yo, dude. He just called a dead mom a liar. He just called that lady a liar. Oh, I don't like this dude. I don't like this dude at all. At all. At all. He's not one of my favorite attorneys at all. Slime ball. B says, if you have any info for TRPP, Facebook, The Real Piscine Predator, y'all do the Facebook. We got a Facebook over there. It's a good way to get a hold of me if you'd like me to cover a case, a trial, you got information for me, or you just want to say what's up. Hit me up on Facebook or Instagram or X or my email. Those are all down in the description as well. All right, let's keep rolling.
That's Plaintiff's Exhibit 2408-1739. It's in her own writing, written to Jack Kowalski, and there's no reply in the state saying, actually, I do want to take her out. And you know why? Let's listen to Jack Kowalski.
I mean, when we were in the meeting with the doctors one day, and Beata wanted to take Maya out, sign her out, and I said, hold on, time out. And this wasn't in the, wasn't written down, which I was kind of mad about, but I asked the doctors, I said, what's the time frame you talking about? And they explained, I said, that's doable. And was my wife happy with me, what I said? No, absolutely not. So you have to, there's times I'm gonna go the other way.
Okay. And thank you for sharing that.
I don't know why they didn't write that down.
I don't know why they didn't write that down, my agreement to stay. Let's talk about the EEG room.
Man, guys, I don't know, man. I'm still pissed off about that liar comment. He essentially called that dead lady a liar. Like, no, you know who are liars? Like, pretty much all your witnesses. Yeah, those are what liars look like, not Miata. So irritating. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat. He says, I've been with the doctor for 9 years, and the pain and falling is all in my head as well. I think anybody that's experienced that, being told that you're not experiencing what you're experiencing, anybody that's gone through that in life, this trial right here, it's triggering. It's absolutely triggering. Sassy Seven saying, hanging around Rumble, telling my great huge crowd how awesome I am. I mean, cutie blue eyes. You holding it down over there on Rumble for me, Miss Sassy? I appreciate you modding over there. I really do. I do appreciate all my mods over on Rumble. Much love to all my Rumble people, and much love to all the Facebook people. I know we got people on every platform watching today. I've already got messages that all the streams are running good. So much love to y'all. Thank you guys for being here. Let's see. Darzilla says, wow, after all his BS witnesses, he calls Maya's mom a liar. Yep. Yeah, he did. He definitely did. Louise says, her mom unalived herself, right? Because she lost her mind after her daughter was taken by the hospital, right? Okay, going to drive out. Yes, you're correct, Louise. That's a good synopsis of the situation. There she is. What's up, Steph V? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right, guys, let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling.
This is her second allegation of false imprisonment. You heard from Dr. Paula Deese, who ordered this study, and she told you she ordered it for clinical purposes, and we know that because she testified to the inconsistencies noted in the record. Those are real. The inconsistencies are not something that originated with Dr. Deese in her mind. We went back in time and showed you all of the records from Tampa General Lurie's. We don't need to go backwards. But she had a resident order it in the seizure monitoring unit, and she believed she had consent. And by the way, she noted in her record that there were no acute events overnight regarding room 709. Dr. Dees told you she believes she already had consent from a signed consent from Mr. Kowalski, who's testified to you he never revoked it. And as part of the consent, which is at Defense Exhibit 3002-001, there was an understanding that this could include videotapes, photographs, and closed-circuit television monitoring of patient care. Let's look at the room. Defense Exhibit 3304-001. This is the dungeon. This is a room like every other room. There's no difference in the room other than in the top left corner. Unlike the other rooms, this one's got a camera. It's equipped so they can watch children having seizures. It's also equipped to do monitoring.
Sassy7 says, before I knew what fibro was, I was told my pain for 3 years. It was all in my head until a heart doctor told me about the possibility of it being that. But most doctors still didn't expect it. My mom has that fibro. Yeah, it's my doctor actually thought I had it because of how similar my symptoms are to fibro with what I deal with. But yeah, that is rough. Ruby Joy says, TRPP 51 likes now. Thank you guys for getting us to that 51. Heck yeah. We've been consistently hitting those 50 likes on the live streams, guys. Like we get close to starting to push it to that 100 mark, baby. I know we could do it too. You know what, too? I want to share with y'all something, a little bit aside something. I talk to a lot of you guys, emails, Facebook, all that stuff, and I get a lot of good feedback. One of the things that I keep getting told is our community is so awesome that when people come over here, they end up staying. Like, I haven't really got any feedback that people come over here and they're just like, it's not for me. Most people are telling me they come over here and like within the first 30 minutes are like, oh yeah, I'm staying. They sub up. So I just want to share that with you guys because y'all are the reason. Our community, our chat, like everything, the vibe here, it's like that. It's legit. I just want to share that with you guys. Random thought. Let's see. Stacy says, I have to go. Everyone have a good evening. See you on the next live. Bye, everyone. See you later, Miss Stacy. Thank you for being here. Step V. Let's see. Let's see, Miss Jeannie Ange. We will get to the 100, then the 500. That's what I'm talking about, Miss Jeannie Ange. I like the way you think. That's that positivity. I love it. All right, let's keep rolling, guys.
If the doctors have concerns about seeing inconsistent efforts. We have video of what went on. It's all been provided. Dr. Dees wanted to know if this was possible. Could Maya tolerate the blood pressure cuff?
Yeah, was she having like a CRPS situation at that given moment when that cuff was being put on? No, obviously she wasn't. Bro, like you are not grasping the CRPS thing, are you, buddy?
The room where she has her teddy bears and blankets. Is this the dungeon they're talking about? Where they're brushing her hair? In her dress?
I don't like the way that lady's brushing her hair. It looks a little rough to me, bruh. Just saying.
And by the way, there's been a wild allegation that Maya was left in her feces and urine. They've had that video for 5 years. If that was true, you would have seen it. If that was true, you would have been shown evidence of it. It didn't happen. If you want to know whether this is standard of care, look back at Tampa General, Defense Exhibit 3047-0674. They did the same video surveillance monitoring there too. The Kowalskis are not suing for invasion of privacy. They're suing you for false imprisonment and wanting to know the jury instruction on this, and go to your package, is whether all children's had authority and consent. Where's the restraint? Where is the restraint on this? Where would punitive damages even be considered involving a false imprisonment of intentional misconduct when they're putting Maya in the same room as any other room to check her true abilities, combing her hair, bringing her in and out of the room for different therapies?
Bro, you're trying to talk like we didn't hear about these nurses leaving her in the damn room, trying to get her to like walk over to use the toilet. Like, yo, this dude, I hate this dude. He's a weasel. Oh my Lord.
On the balance of probabilities, the only thing you've ever heard is Mr. Kowalski tell you that some unidentified person threatened him with arrest. That's it. And on the other side of the scale, you have the signed consent form, 5, 6, 7, 8 notes agreeing with the plan of care. But you don't have to listen to our records. You have Beata's email and evidence. You have.
What about, where's your bullet points for Kathy Beatty grooming Maya? For, kissing her, putting her on her lap, telling her that her mom's crazy, that her mom's in a psych ward. What about all that? What about, the bullet point for how you guys held Maya down and took pictures of her twice that weren't, they weren't in any work orders, those pictures. So, what about those bullet points, my guy? What about those bullet points?
Of Mr. Kowalski's voice and evidence. And this EEG room is identical to others, and that's important because when you look at the judge's instruction on what false imprisonment is, the person has to know they're being restrained. The person has to know they're being restrained. And if Maya doesn't see a difference in the room like any other room, they can't prevail on this count. Let's talk a little bit about Dr. Sally Smith.
Oh, my Lord.
This
Sally
part's undisputed. She has no orders in the trial. And by the way, this is
this lady right here. This lady right here, man. Oh, her and Kathy Beatty. Oh my Lord. I mean, they're straight up. You could cast them as like if we had a remake of Wizard of Oz. There you guys go. Casting right there. Boom. We know who the witches are. Right there. There's one of them. I'm pretty sure that Beatty and Smith. I'm pretty sure they both ride brooms. I'm pretty damn sure they both ride brooms. I was speculating like the Nimbus, 3,000, 4,000, whatever it is, but somebody said that's too classy for them. They're probably riding like the dollar store brooms, and I'll have to agree with that. That sounds pretty on point. Darzilla, she needs gel time. I know. I was waiting for y'all to chime in on some Smith, on Miss Sally Smith. Oh, the nose rubbing lady. Yep. Bees, this guy really needs to break. I agree with you. Oh.
actually quite important. So let's make sure everyone understands. There's obviously, and you've seen so many sidebar conferences about the dependency court's not part of this action, right? You've been told over and over again, All Children's Hospital is not responsible for the separation of Maya from her family.
Dude, those are lies. Y'all see those bullet points? Those are lies. Lies. Absolute lies, man. Especially the lab coat stuff. Never directed treatment. I think we heard differently. And then, come on, all that's lies, bro. It's all lies.
We are not being sued.
Look, they try to pick like a picture where she's somewhat kind of smiling a little bit, but it's still upside down. Like, dude, she can't even smile straight. She's so demonized. Like, her soul is so corrupt. Sassy says, I have felt for some time that Maya was being groomed as other children were probably also. I do. I strongly believe that Beatty was grooming her. I mean, dude, she straight up told her that she could be her mom. She straight up told Jack, like, essentially, you should just leave your wife. That's the problem. Like, that lady was operating on demon time. Absolutely disgusting.
For anything that Sally Smith did in her role on the child protective side. It's only if you think that she did something on the medical care and treatment in the hospital you could hold us liable for. So if you're in the deliberation room wondering if you're checking the box for Dr. Sally Smith, and I would implore you not to, and I'll show you why. It would have nothing to do with when on.
She straight up told them, like, reiterated to them that they should start pulling her off as many medications as possible. How is that not her helping direct medical care, giving her 2 cents on the medical care? She did. Like
independency. That's not part of this. She never directed treatment. She made.
Oh, Lydio, gotta go. Got some things to get done. Bye to you. See you. Oh, God bless everyone. God bless you too, man. God bless you too. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here.
Suggestions for what she needed, and you heard from Dr. Alexander that All Children's absolutely has to cooperate with the CPT investigator. That at all times, Dr. Sally Smith was acting in her role as a CPT investigator. The idea that there's something improper about our hospital, our employees who care, calling Dr. Smith on a, what do you think? Given what we saw in the ICU, including the statements of talking about terminal hospice, that they're going to pick up the phone and say, hey, you've been at this for a while. What do you think? Would they prefer the standard of care be like just call the abuse hotline every time?
Yeah, please do. Real quick, big shout out to Miss TLC as me. Thank you for the donation, ma'am. I appreciate you so much. Let me put you down. Let me put you down in the book. Get you in the book real quick for the month of November. Miss T. Hey, come on, Ben. Work. TLC is me. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that greatly. All right, guys. Let me keep rolling there. I just wanted to make sure I gave that love out there. I appreciate you, TLC is me. You the best. You the best.
This is exactly what you want people to do in this situation. And again, on the question of a parent agency, we got a document. So this is going to be helpful. Again, Plaintiff's Exhibit 2408. They've told you we had no idea who Dr. Smith worked for. Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski and Jack Kowalski. October 11th, I had another supersized visit from MD Dr. Smith, who was sent by Child Protective Services to investigate. The question of a parent agency arises in terms of what the hospital held out.
So right there, yeah, at that point, she knows who the person is, but she didn't. This guy's good. He's good. He's really good. He plays with the times so well, and he does it so competently. Oh, he's good at being a slimy weasel. Let's see. B says, TRPP, I like the random thoughts. I'm that's how I roll. You official with me, there's no telling what I'm gonna say. It's like that. Sassy says, do you think that Maya's mother felt that also, but knew coming from her it would be called crazy, and she felt that Maya could be taken out of there if she wasn't any longer in the way? That's essentially what they think that Miata did. Maya's mom was, in her head, she thought the only way to get her daughter out of the hospital back with her family is to take herself out of the equation, because she knew that the hospital was doing this because of her. So yeah, essentially that's what it is, Miss Sassy. TRPP, what kind of fish did I get when I went fishing? I don't know. It's a random thought.
With the Kowalski.
Fishing with me, man. The Piscine Predator. I'm pretty much like I said, guys, if it's in freshwater, saltwater, brackish water, a lake, a canal, a river, a stream, I'm fishing for it, man. So it could be anything. You'll fish with me, could catch anything.
He's understood. It's right there. This is an easy one for you to check the box on. Let me transition back to the medical care.
Hey, another random thought too. Is the green screen looking good, y'all? Like, this is the first live stream we did with the green screen, right? Like I said, our boy K Mac hooked it up, donated to the setup, to the studio. I think it's been looking pretty good. It's coming through pretty clean. Let's see. Shani B, as a mom, I might have done the same to get her home. My heart breaks for this family. You get it then, Shani. You understand. like I said, as a father, I don't know how Jack's made it through this. I mean, he has to, right? He has no choice. But damn, as a parent, I could see like why her thought process was that way. Especially like her background, right? It was an Eastern European, Eastern European background. Like she saw crazy stuff as a child. She watched her dad get pulled out of the house, like by the government. So now all of a sudden she has a hospital taking her child away. Like the government could just take you away. Like, dude, her mindset had to have been insane. When I hooked sassy. Mother thought she was being groomed and would absolutely break her heart, and knowing that she couldn't do anything. Yeah, that probably factored into it, Sassy. That probably factored into it, her knowing or believing that her child not only is being medically incarcerated, kidnapped, but also possibly being groomed. That would have added to her psychological downfall for sure.
If there's a document that I believe you should spend time on, it's the neuropsych report of Dr. Lewis, because it answers a lot of questions. Not the doctor from All Children's Hospital, okay? He met with Maya and submitted a psychological report on October 18th, 2016. We can walk through this. Maya denies a lot of statements in here, although in fairness to Maya, she said she didn't read it. The plaintiffs have tried to contradict this, and they have to, right? They have to. Because
now he's calling them all liars, dude. He's just straight up saying that they're all just contradicting because they have to. This is just all lies. Like this family wanted to be drugged through this for no reason. Like, bro.
What's written in here tells a story. I'll leave it at that. Joint Exhibit 1046-0007. The first thing that I thought was important to recap here is, well, Maya was drugged up, so the statements she made couldn't possibly be true. Remember that. Except in the very first part, they talk about the 3-hour session going on, and it was noteworthy that Maya wasn't in pain because she hadn't taken any pain medication that morning. Maya talks about some of the abuse that, we're not here to over dramatize, but it's there. And then she talks about childhood memories and her fear of being told about the ketamine coma and the 50% chance of it killing her. And when you're asking the question, has Maya suffered trauma in her life? The answer is yes.
Dude, oh my Lord. Are you serious right now? He's trying to compare the trauma of having to do a risky procedure to deal with a very horrible medical condition. He's trying to compare that trauma to this little girl being medically incarcerated and her mom unaliving herself because of the whole situation. He's trying to conflate those two. Like, what? Dude, get them out of here.
Did All Children's cause this? The answer is no. Remember that statement, my life is a lie, and they went after Nurse, I believe it was Nurse Klink on the witness stand saying, where'd you get this from? You're making this up out of whole cloth. Look what Maya said to Dr. Lewis on October 18th, 2016. I really don't want to have the RSD, and I really don't want to go back on all those pills or have the ketamine anymore. But I am afraid to tell my mom how I really feel because I don't want her to be more sad or upset than she really is. She talks about in the last paragraph about getting back on the medicines that could have killed her. What did Dr. Lewis say about the effects of ketamine on her developing brain? He discussed psychomotor slowing, a known consequence of prolonged use of benzodiazepines, Valium, and dissociative anesthetics such as ketamine. He didn't say this.
Sassy bees, this stuff is what makes me wish really bad stuff on perverted ass. Then I have to ask baby Jesus to forgive me, but he understands. He understands, Miss Sassy. I'm right there. I have to ask sweet baby Jesus for forgiveness every day for those type of thoughts. I definitely do. And I think I've told you all before, like, I mean, I pray, but I pray right before I go live, right? And I definitely be praying. I'd be pre-praying, like, dear Lord, I know I'm probably going to say some stuff I probably shouldn't say right now. Just, apologies. Let's see. Dakota says his statements, she was drugged up, so what she said couldn't possibly be true, immediately made my blood boil. I'm with you. Let's see. B says, I shared the live with 5 people. How about you? Ooh, calling them out. B's is calling y'all out. Sweet Home Alabama. Good to see you, ma'am. Good evening, y'all. I'm really late. I will have to go back to the beginning, but we'll watch the rest of the live. Appreciate you for being here, Sweet Home.
In preparation for a lawsuit, he wrote this in real time out of grave concern for Maya. And then he wrote that Maya has numerous findings in her clinical diagnostic interview of trauma, and that this and the depressed mood need to be a focus of individual trauma therapy. The recommendation for trauma therapy occurred before All Children's ever got involved. He met Dr. Jennifer Katzenstein, a neuropsychologist with All Children's Hospital. Her diagnosis is identical to Dr. McCain's at Tampa General, identical to Dr. Lowry's at Lurie Children's. Psychological factors affecting medical condition. And by the way, she had a very pleasant interaction with the Kowalskis. And I would suggest to you that, Maya's behavior at All Children's was wonderful after they got out of the ICU. That was the 2 differences in the witnesses that you saw of people talking about the chaotic scene in the ICU is real, right? It's documented. But by the time Dr. Katzenstein gets involved and the weaning had been done and the withdrawal symptoms had been done, and then the Kowalskis say, well, how dare you, All Children's? You didn't do all the cognitive behavioral therapy that is necessary. This is why they were trying to transfer. And indeed, Dr. Kilgore wrote that the treatment for her physical symptoms and inability to walk from conversion disorder is intensive cognitive behavioral therapy, and we do not have the staffing here to accomplish it. This is why they were trying to transfer Maya to an institution where she could get the rehabilitation. And nevertheless, despite, as written here, Dr. Katzenstein having a full patient load, she walked over to All Children's Hospital. I believe it was somewhere between 15 and 20 times, gave 5 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy, and would have given more, except she rightfully respected some of the times. Mr. Kowalski was visiting with her daughter and said that time's more important.
Guys.
This is why they're trying to transfer. And this is on defendants 3115. And when you listen to this, you tell me if you think that Ms. Beatty is speaking with anything other than kindness.
Can I help you?
Hi, my mom. This is Jackie Beatty with All Children's Hospital. I'm a social worker here for Maya.
Okay, how can I help you, Kathy?
We have the excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you all for the 53 likes. I appreciate you all for getting us there. Moto Mom, you in the bushes today, Moto Mom? Everybody's got to take a break and chill in the bushes from time to time. I understand. But it's good to have you here, man. Very good to have you here. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Sassy says, I shared to my Facebook and to my group on Facebook. Not been doing a lot with my group since I've been into true crime. Not crafting much at all. The true crime will do that. It'll suck you in and just take you on a freaking trip. That's for sure. All right, let's keep rolling.
We have the acceptance from the board, and we are getting ready to transfer her to the board, but we need your consent to do so.
We have a meeting today in regards to Maya's future plans. So we'll have a meeting today in regards to that at, I believe, at 3 or 3:30. And we're meeting with our attorneys today regarding that issue.
Okay.
So
are you giving us consent or are you declining consent?
I'm not doing either till I speak with the attorney and the coalition. We have 2 meetings today.
The wild allegation that Kathy was trying to be her mother at the same time she's trying to transfer her to a hospital in Orlando makes no sense when you see that Miss Beatty is doing everything she can to get Maya to the right level of care. And if you want to know why they really weren't anxious to get Maya out of the hospital,
My bigger question is, why would a parent go to these extremes?
Because I'm told this is the last resort.
But you're saying it's not. And this is not, I mean, also what it taken was a question from you somewhere along the line that are we doing the right thing? Maybe we should go back and
I don't like them playing that lady was interrogating him. Like, I don't like how that went down at all.
talk to another doctor, do something more conventional. That's something that's likely to kill her.
I'm receptive of keeping her here. That's what I told you. And if they think something else, I'm supportive of keeping her here and looking.
that was on November 18th, 2016. And by the way, this is important. It came up earlier, and the plaintiffs haven't argued it, but they are not seeking damages in this case for allegations of Munchausen by proxy. You can put that out of your mind, not from this hospital. Despite Maya staying at All Children's, and despite not having the cognitive behavioral therapy in the amount that was necessary, Maya was still seen dozens of times by Billy Cecil, who you met. He told you about his significant experience with CRPS, and he told you about the improvements that he saw. He told you by the end of his sessions, Maya was able to sit in a wheelchair with no back support, no arm support. And one of the jurors asked him, is this still evidence-based medicine? You saw her in 2016. Is this still what they do for CRPS? And he told you yes. The physical therapy is the evidence-based practice. I want to transition to something that's very important because it was a big deal until the defense got the case. You remember in the trial, there's a lot of objections. They did this. Objection, watch your pronouns, right? Watch your pronouns. The Kowalski's anger, rightfully or wrongly, is that the people in yellow, the people that took the communion, the people that blocked visits, rightly or wrongly, they owned it. Now, I've given you a timeline. I don't want you to rely on this, okay?
What the heck? Yo, Moto Mom, are you serious right now? Ma'am, thank you so much, you guys. Y'all, if y'all just got a membership gifted to you, give mad love out to Moto Mom. Moto Mom, that was you are, man, I can't even find my words. Thank you so much for that. Oh my Lord, y'all. I'm telling you, man, I'm beyond blessed, man. I have the best community. Absolute best community. That was awesome, Moto Mom. Oh my. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You rock. You absolutely rock. Absolutely rock. That was so sweet. Right? You guys, I'm telling you, Moto Mom is like the mom of the channel. She's like the membership mom. She has created more members than anybody so far. You rock. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say now. What was we doing? Oh my Lord.
It's not going back in evidence. The judge has given you an order.
Yeah, more fishes. The lagoon is filling up. The lagoon is like every one of our lives now. When I look over at the chat, it's like nothing but fish, nothing but fish badges. It's thank you, Moto Mom. Thank you. See, yep, everybody. She is right. Too awesome. Too freaking cool.
Visitation. They're very important to watch. But here's what you need to realize. When you're being told or when you're assessing evidence of whether a visitation was denied, whether something was taken, I need you to ask this question deliberation. When and by whom? When and by whom? Was it during a period that no one was allowed in? Was something taken by somebody that was sent by DCF, not by All Children's? Because you heard from Charlotte Laporte that all communications had to be supervised and that she stopped some correspondence from going to the hospital. She told you Kathy wasn't part of the calls, and she confirmed that the voice on the recording was hers.
I would love to see them. I would love to see them. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you.
Moto Mom, you're like me, huh? Like, I think you're probably just like me. You like literally makes your heart feel good to do stuff like that. That's how I feel too. You too sweet, too sweet. Christmas Breeze back. Man, you know, there's a bunch of people that just got notifications that they got memberships, so they're going to get their little email or whatever if they're not here. You just made a bunch of people's day for sure. For sure. She says, y'all are welcome. Definitely, a bunch of people are going to be happy. Man, it's too cool. Too cool, man.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
That's not Kathy's voice. They know this isn't Kathy's voice. They needed to have you believe this was Kathy's voice because they've got to find something outrageous.
Moto Mom says, we may need a bigger lagoon. That's a good problem. That's a good problem for us to have. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. The lagoon will grow. We'll figure it out. Ghost Mean Guy. Ooh, Sassy 7 is here. Bye. Ooh, Ghost Mean Guy. Is that rapper? Are you rapper? I kind of got rapper's language, his vocabulary down on how he formulates sentences or statements. And then I know the people that he knows. If that's you, rapper, I hope you're having a good day, buddy. I hope you're having an awesome day. Yeah, let's see. Moto Mom 23 gifted 10 Real Piscine Predator memberships. Too cool. Absolutely too freaking cool. Be sure to subscribe. That's what I'm saying, y'all. Come over, subscribe, hang out, get a membership. You know what I mean? Come part of the lagoon, part of the Piscine Gang, baby. Let's see. B says, Moto Mom, only good souls for the lagoon. That's what's up. That's what's up. Man, too cool. Too cool. Let's see. So far, on this live stream, guys, so far we have 16 new members, right? 16 new members on this live stream. I gifted 5. Miss Stacy joined up, and then Moto Mom just gifted 10 memberships, y'all. Best community, hands down, best community. And Moto Mom says, I love to see people smile. Me too. I'm the same way. I love it, man. I love the fact that I'm attracting my people, my type of people over here. This is the best.
An interruption of a call would get to that level. She's talking about Shopkins. She's from the upper Midwest. But the thing about this is we don't have to guess because, again, I got an email for you. Look, and just so we're on the same page here. November 15th, 2016. Look at the email the next day. Charlotte Laporte to Beata Kowalski. Also, yesterday when you were on the phone, I had to redirect you due to the case being brought up and mentioning of the judge in his decisions. This is, thank you. This is trial exhibit 3217 at 573. The interruption of the phone call wasn't Kathy. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. But the need for redirection, whether it was by Charlotte Laporte or whether it was at a time, and again, you have to ask who and when.
His dimples make it even better. Gotta hook him somehow. Dakota Parker says the lagoon community is the best. All the best people hang here. That ain't no lie right there. That's facts. That's facts, Dakota. That's facts. Well, there you go. See? Facts. It ain't just me. The people say it's true. It's true.
When All Children's was allowed to supervise calls was because of this.
And I'm not
Because I know Mom talked to her once, and that was supervisor. And I guess she got shut down many times because she was small.
She could.
Let's see. It's 308. Did I? All right. Here, I got to cut it out. We'll just jump to this one.
You heard from Tori Nias. She was a Safe Children's Coalition person. She took the stand. She took ownership of the situation, didn't she? She told you that she was advised by Charlotte Laporte and Lizzie Massica about what items could come in and what could stay. She told you she was the one who removed the communion, the iPad, the food from the fridge. She allowed some items. Again, whether you think that was overzealous, whether you think that was justified, is not an issue in this trial against All Children's Hospital. No one's alleging she's our agent. You heard from Lindsay Massica. She told you she was the one responsible for DCF background checks and visitors and what she prohibited, razors and communion about what she allowed. And again, whether you think that was right or wrong, she's not All Children's. So that's why you have to ask who and when did these incidents go on. Now, there were religious visits, and take a look at the top note. Who helped arrange them? Kathy Beatty, 11-8. Social worker worked with pastoral care for Maya to get communion. We know from Father Costello, he came and had a visit with Maya. If he was denied a visit, you have to ask by whom and when. We know from the notes that both Father Herbert and Father Coover also visited, provided Holy Communion, emotional.
Yeah, we heard about your father there at Johns Hopkins. I didn't hear no good things about him. That's for damn sure. Let's see what you guys saying in chat. Let me catch back up. Louis says, amazing. I'm the same way, but once my daughter came along, my money is sparse, but I give what I can, my love and care. That's what's up. I got 3 daughters. I got a son too, but you know, boys, they don't really cost too much once they're grown. But my 3 daughters, I feel you on that. Money definitely gets real sparse. Pat Gaines says those dimples are so. Thank you, Pat Gaines. Thank you. Let's see. Pat, what did you just say? Y'all are too much. Y'all appreciate it. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate y'all. Make your boy feel good. Make your boy feel good. I appreciate it. Damn it. Now Huntress is going to pop in here. As soon as I start getting compliments, Huntress pops in and she's like, let me pop that big ass head of yours, boy. Let me keep you grounded. I know it's coming. I know she's gonna pop up any minute now. Let's see. And then let me tell you guys the poll. Let me give you a heads up on this poll. So I said, do you think the Kowalskis are going to win the verdict? We have 60 votes. That's the most votes I've had on a poll so far. 60 votes on the poll. 65% of you say yes. 7% of you say no. And then 28% of you are not sure. That's that. Thank you all for voting on that poll. That's a good turnout on the poll. Oh man, you all are starting to laugh, huh? Man, is chat about to go sideways on me? We was holding it together pretty good. Pat Gaines says, hey y'all, it's tonight Turtle Island? No, tomorrow night. Pat Gaines, tomorrow night. And for anybody that's new here, if you don't know what Turtle Island is, it's a game show where content creators get voted onto this island for like the first 3 episodes. And now we're in the portion of the season where now you call in to either vote to keep your content creator on or call the kick a content creator off. So if anybody doesn't know about it, tomorrow is another episode and I'll be posted in the community tab. So keep an eye out for that. If you guys can show up to Turtle Island episodes and wait until the second hour, once we get into that second hour, if y'all can start calling and vote for me to stay on the island. But the main reason I want y'all to call is not so much to vote, but promote our channel, promote our community. Let them know what we got going on over here. Let them know they're missing out by not being here. So that'll be the new strategy, y'all. We want the belt, but we're being realistic and we're going for those subscribers. So end of the episodes, let's call in. Beginning of the episodes, if they start coming from me, don't even wait. Just start calling in then. But let's do that towards the end of the episodes from now on. Let's do that. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Chat. He says, I'll boot 100. I'm surprised she didn't show up, man. As soon as I start getting compliments or we just joking around any kind of way like that, Huntress usually pops in and like totally bursts my bubble. Luis says, it is tonight or tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Luis. Tomorrow night. And I will, as soon as Dolly drops the what is the word I'm looking for? As soon as he drops it and I can link it, I'll link it. Why can't I think of the name? Why can I not? Holy crap. Notification. Once Dolly drops the notification tomorrow, I'll post it to the community page. Man, the brain was just not wanting to work there. Dakota says, lol, y'all be careful. I think bees can take everyone at once with it. Bees be threatening to sting people. Motomom says, my son is 24 and cost me a fortune. He races motocross. Motocross is no joke. That is expensive. And it's expensive just playing around. But hey, you seriously racing? Yo, you dropping money on that stuff for sure. TLC is me. I've tried so many times to call, can't get through. It's okay. Like, I understand some people can't get through, but definitely that'll be our new strategy for the rest of the season is second hour. And here's the thing too, right? Is I already gave you guys a rundown. Realistically, we don't have the numbers, the money numbers to get the win. So the strategy is basically to get as many people to hear about us as possible. And if we wait till the second hour of every episode, the line less people should be trying to call in, right? Most people have already gotten through. So the line should be easier to get through in that second hour. More people are watching in the second hour. So more people are going to hear the call and hear about us. And yeah, those are the two bonuses to call in later is it should be easier to get through and more people are hearing that phone call. So whatever good stuff we're saying about the channel, more people are going to hear that and come over. And I keep being told by everybody, as soon as I came to your channel, 30 minutes, man, I was staying. I subscribed. And a lot of y'all are members now. Let's see. Louise said, okay, I got to remember to watch and vote for the cute fish man. Appreciate you. Let's see. Stony Stone. TPP, did you see this crazy shite Colorado funeral homeowner wife arrested on charges? Yeah, I saw that, Stony. I saw that when it first posted. I think it was a couple weeks back that first hit, but I don't think they had arrested them yet. But yeah, dude, that's. I'm glad they're getting arrested though. They need to be dealt with for sure. Let's see. TLC is me. Wait till call and until later the show. It only took me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. My daughter and her two friends called in. Boom, got in. The last episode, quick. I don't know if you heard the little Cali girls calling in. A little attitude. They were trolling. They voted Stone and Alone off, but the stuff they were saying, they were just trolling. They weren't really meaning it. They just voted them off because everybody else was doing it. But they waited till that last hour, got through. Let's see. Miss Fred, I will text Huntress and tell her to come over here. So she could like, yeah, she treats me like, Huntress is like my adopted sister at this point. I feel like she's like that sister I never really want. I'm just playing. She definitely gives me shit like a little sister would. It's pretty funny. Miss Fred, she picks on me. She definitely picks on me. TLC is me. I want to buy an egg so I can get a paper to help you. Man, TLC is me. That would be those. That right there would be the way that, that would trump basically all the other people. Because there's people out there dropping money on 6 eggs to get rid of people. And like, I'm just saying, it's going to take either a lucky call or a lucky egg buy to like, get things to be going my way. Jeannie Ann says, that is how I found you and Grizzly. It was Turtle Island? Man, and like I said, Sam's Rocks got me on Turtle Island the second season. TPP they did today. That's good, man. I'll look into that more when I get off this live stream. Oh, there she is. Y'all rang? Yeah, I was waiting for you to drop in, Huntress, because the ladies was giving me compliments. You know what I mean? Making my head too big. So I was like, wait, y'all are saying too many nice things about me. Huntress about to drop in here. It's so funny. I love our community. Jeannie Ann said, I would buy an egg, but Jimmy will not let me. I know, Jeannie. Your hands are tied. We understand. Miss Fred, I always wait. 1, it's easier, and 2, strategy. You can see if you need to save or yeah, that works as well. Let me see. Catch up with this chat. Yo, man, I got a big forehead. Leave me alone, man. That's not right. All right, let's keep rolling, y'all. Let's keep rolling.
Support. So why is Kathy Beatty being vilified in this situation? Well, because of this. For better or for worse, social work is assigned as the liaison between DCF and the hospital. The same way social work is assigned as liaison when you're getting discharged. If anyone here has ever been discharged or worked with one for your mom or dad to get to long-term care, they're the ones who help coordinate it. She was the bearer of bad news on October 13th and became the face to the Kowalskis of the communication. She's been accused of a lot of things.
K-Mac, yeah, brother, we hit that 50 mark and going right past it. That's right. That's right. Man, and thank you again, bro. That green screen, dude, it's working out nicely. It's working out nicely. And I wasn't really sure with the lighting in here if it was going to work that well, but bro, thank you so much. Dakota Parker says at Jeannie Ange, why won't he let you? Oh, Dakota, because, well, I'll let Jeannie explain that. She wants to explain it, but it's conflict of interest if she buys eggs or votes at all. It's conflict of interest. All right, so she explained it. That's why she can't. She can't. Loving to see it live. Heck yeah, brother. I'm gonna play around too with the background. This is one I already had made. I'm gonna do. I got a good idea for a background. Yeah, I think I told you too what style I'm gonna do it. Okay, cool. Let's keep rolling, y'all. I'll come back up.
They're just false. I'll just tell you they're false. Remember the dress? There was a request to bring dresses to the office, and she told Mr. Kowalski, this is an evidence 3217-0784. Thanks for the update. She'll be happy with her dresses. Then you heard from, there was a big deal, but she never got her dresses. And then you heard from...
No. Wasn't a big deal about the dress. It's plural. There was a specific dress that got jacked, and y'all know it got jacked. Stop trying to roll right over it. You know what I mean?
Social worker Padron, who didn't just testify to it, she wrote it in the record. This worker dropped off Maya's dresses. Dresses plural. Dresses plural. Maya appeared in good spirits and showed a lot of excitement for the dresses. We have photos of the dresses. More photos of the dresses. These are all in evidence. We have photos of the birthday cards. The reason why the original card didn't get through was because they had to be scanned to Charlotte Laporte, who then sent them to Kathy to print and give to Maya. So if the Kowalski still have the card with the lipstick on it, that's why. This is at Defense Exhibit 3217-718. The scanned card was printed and delivered according to the sworn testimony of Miss Beatty. But unfortunately for Miss Beatty, she became the face of the bad news. She testified, I was the one who had to tell Maya that she couldn't go home for Christmas. Again, they're not blaming us for her not going home for Christmas. That's a totally separate issue. She prayed with Maya. She admitted to you that she had Maya on her lap. Not running from that. But I question where we are, that we've gotten to the point where a social worker comforting a child that she's not going to home for Christmas and puts a child on her lap is now a battery? And look at the jury instructions at page 20, because the judge is going to instruct you on the battery. It's not what I want the instruction to be or the Kowalskis. It's what would a reasonable person consider a battery? And I don't want to misquote the instruction. Read it. It's at page 20. The judge is giving you excellent instructions. Would a reasonable person consider putting a child on their lap?
Rogerlyn, what's up, brother? Good to see you, Rogerlyn. Just joining. Do we have a verdict yet? No, sir. The jury's already out for the day. They concluded early. They're going to be back in, I think, at 8:10 Eastern tomorrow, 8:10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So, yeah, no verdict yet. But we're just going over the closing arguments that we didn't get through last night. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Lap in that moment to be a battery. Is that where we are? Oh, by the way, let's talk about next. What I know has made some of you uncomfortable. So let's talk about this head on the photos. Okay. There was no personal cameras used. There's a reason why the photographs were taken, right? So this is January 6, 2017, Dr. Kristen Danielson at the bottom. There was the concern about, quote, in air quotes, skin lesions on the forehead, which appear to be self-inflicted. Dr. Major wrote the same concern.
I agree, Darzilla. I agree with that statement.
A week later. So the hospital set about documenting photographs of these for the reasons that were written by Dr. Danielson and Dr. Major. And that leads us to the photos that they're upset about and that I know some of you are upset about. This. I'm not going to gaslight you on this and tell you that Maya looks happy. She looks miserable. She does. She's not being held down, though. They're documenting her skin condition twice before she leaves for court and when she comes back from court. And Kathy Beatty told you that's part of her procedure in this situation. Okay?
No problem, Roger. No problem, brother.
We see the nurse's hands holding her hands, not holding her down. This is part of what they believe is their protocol. And you're wrestling with this. Again, if they just photographed her face, maybe it's not as important to you. They lifted her shirt. There's no Kathy Beatty and Nurse Alcida, who came and testified to you, absolutely denied that she was stripped naked in front of everyone and violated her dignity and privacy. But they took the photos. And we don't need to guess whether these were, well, the Kowalskis need you to believe this is one set of photos, because if it's one set of photos all taken at once, then they're saying you have no justification, you're photographing her for reasons, right? It's a different bed, it's a different time, because they know if you come to the conclusion, which is what the evidence, the overwhelming evidence shows, that these are two sets of photos taken at two different times, there's a reason for it, right? Whether it's a justifiable reason to take it without the shirt, with the sports bra, or whether they should just enhance, it's a reason. And we know there were two sets of photos taken because, again, we have a document of it. Defense Exhibit 3217-0850, 6:17 p.m. on January 6th. She's getting back, getting ready to take the picture. If you hear nothing from me, all is good. I'll lock the camera in my office over the weekend. Not a personal phone. It was done and locked in the office. And we know exactly when the photo was taken because it was taken between 6:17 p.m. and 7 p.m. when Miss Beatty documented that the photos were done. The pictures were taken with the help of the bedside nurse. With the help of the bedside nurse, and I wanted to pray. And in the last line, Miss Beatty went and got some grapes and cut red peppers from the cafeteria.
Ruby Joyce says, TRPP, you look really great when you wear your bandana on your head. And since you don't like your forehead, it takes care of that. Trust me, there's a reason why I wear that bandana on my forehead, Ruby Joy. I sweat a lot, all right? No, I'm just playing. I sweat a lot, and I got a big forehead, so it can cover it up a little bit. Thanks a lot, Huntress. Now I don't have a complex about my freaking forehead. Ginny Ann's last season, Dumpling and Lab. How do you pick when you love them all? So I'm surprised like everyone else. Yeah, it is. It's like that. Let's see. Yo, damn, bro. Raw Low E, man. Okay, now I know who that person is, bro. You've been making comments for a while, and I didn't even know that was you. Yo, so funny, man. Oh, you're good, brother. You're good. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for being here. Damn, too funny.
Sometime between 6:17 and 7 p.m. on January 6th, the second set of photos were taken. But the Kowalskis want you to believe this is the second photo. With the sun pouring in, long after sunset on January 6th. They need you to believe there's one set of photos. Because when we show you there's two, there was a reason why this was done. Again, Maya did not like the photos. I'm not trying to sell you that this was a pleasant experience for her. It wasn't. But you heard from Tashana Duncan, who saw her in court after the first photos were taken.
And a quick shout out too, real quick shout out. We had another donation come in. Big, massive shout out, much love and appreciation to Miss Back Row Becky, my favorite bush dweller. Appreciate you, ma'am, so very much. You rock. Got to add that to the notebook now.
Dr. Duncan said Maya never complained to her. Again, I'm not trying to minimize it. Maya didn't like the photos, but she didn't go to the psychologist that day and say that she was traumatized by the photos. She didn't tell her Uncle Scott, who heard his brief testimony in the last day trial of the defense case. He said she looked happy and normal. Talk about whether Maya had an advocate during her time at All Children's. Well, in addition to her parents, in addition to their attorneys, she had a guardian ad litem. And I think the guardian ad litem, who was there only to advocate for Maya, answered a lot of the questions towards the end. She described Maya as a nice girl to talk to. She described her room set up with dolls, that she was happy, laughing, giggling. They went and played piano together. And she was asked, did you ever hear anyone at the hospital say anything bad about Mrs. Kowalski? No.
Let me see chat. What's chat saying? B says, TRPB, do you want me to get Huntress? Nah, she all right. She controlled. It'll be all right. You know I got love for you, bro. I love you too, brother. And I miss you too, man. I miss seeing you around. You know what I mean? But I'm still there surviving, man. I'm still in there. I'm still breathing. Thank you, Miss Jeannie Ann's. Let me see. All right, cool. I'm caught back up, guys. Oh.
You heard from Sylvia Baldwin.
Wait up. Thank you, Miss Back Row Becky. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Like on the last day of the defense case. Nurse Baldwin with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars from the care journal. She loved Maya. 17 shifts. She talked about a religious relationship. She worked the EEG room. You think she would have left Maya in a filthy condition? Her? She loved Maya. You heard from Amanda Cook. And by the way, this is who All Children's is. It's these people with a healing.
Bro, stop stepping away from the microphone, guy.
Touch. Nurse Cook talked about bringing the mission of Jesus to her work every day and bringing the healing touch of Christ to her parents, to her patients. She brought Maya gifts. Maya wrote a little heart behind her name. This is who All Children's is. Lisa Rack, a bedside nurse, the spa days, the nail days, Halloween, helping her with Harley Quinn makeup. She brought her laundry home to make sure Maya had clean clothes. She was nominated by Maya for a Daisy Award. This is who All Children's is.
Yo, Maya was awarding people that helped her use the bathroom because you guys suck so bad that was literally the crowning achievement of the nurses was who could get her to the bathroom the fastest. Like, you miss me with all that other stuff. And that's outside people that do that stuff anyways, and even you guys that do it. Get out of here.
This is who All Children's is. Does Maya look happy in these photos? They tried to make this awful experience as humane and comfortable for this child that they loved. This is who All Children's is.
A child that they love that they nicknamed Ketamine Girl? Come on.
Not just these four. They all loved Maya. Look at the date. Shows you Maya's bravery and perseverance too, doesn't it? That even on January 9th, after she lost her mother, Maya took pen to paper and thanked Nurse Lindsay for exceptional care in the hospital. Nominated her for the Daisy Award. That's All Children's.
You guys see that, right? You guys read that. Are you guys reading that? You reading that little section right over here? That little section right in there, right? My nurse is very fast and super nice. Right? Example, when I have to use the bathroom or anything, she will come as fast as possible. That is how Maya, that's how she looked at these people doing their jobs and was appreciative of being able to use the bathroom. That's Johns Hopkins, y'all. That's Johns Hopkins.
And this is who All Children's is.
Slime Balls play this video. I can't believe they made this video. Like, where's the video footage of you holding the little girl down and taking photos of her without her clothes on? Where's that video of those good times? Or where's the video of Miss Beatty putting Maya up on her lap, kissing her and telling her that, she could be her mom? Where's those videos, bro? I want to see those ones.
Maya Angelou has a beautiful quote about human nature that I live by. People will forget what you said, and they'll forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. This is who All Children's is. People dedicated to try to make Maya's life in the hospital a little more comfortable than it needed to be. And that's the people I represent.
Dakota Parker, this is not to be rude, but what 10 to 12-year-old child can write cursive like that? My school quit teaching that years ago. Mine's exceptional, Miss Dakota. I think if anything anybody's taken from this trial is Maya's an exceptional individual. That girl is smart and very capable. Had she not had CP or CRPS, like if she did not deal with what she dealt with, dude, that girl she'd be doing big things. She'd be doing real big things. Let's see. Some people can, some people can't. That's how I could pretty much, could send like, damn, I could send notes around my kids as long as they're in cursive. They ain't gonna be able to write it. It's like secret font now, a secret text.
Maya was discharged on January 13th from the hospital. Make a big deal about the medication sheet. It's in evidence. It's a lot. It looks like a lot, doesn't it? Aquaphor, a cream, an ointment, acetaminophen, Tylenol, vitamins, heartburn, the Sonoprozol is heartburn medication, albuterol for asthma. You know what's not on this list? No opioids, no narcotics, no ketamine. All Children's is proud of making sure Maya went home without these drugs.
Okay, guys, so it's just going to keep rolling on like this ad nauseum. He's just going to keep going through stuff, trying to make it seem like she wasn't as bad, but yet they were treating her for something that wasn't as bad. And just a lot of contradictions, a lot of irritating BS. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save us a little bit of frustration, a little bit of time, and we're going to skip through this monotonous crap, this closing little. It's not even an argument at this point. Like I said, he's just going to keep giving us the same information and making it seem like they did their job. What we're going to do is we're going to skip over to the rebuttal, right? We're going to skip over and listen to Mr. Anderson's rebuttal because, well, I honestly just can't listen to Shapiro talk anymore. It's driving me insane. Let me see. What are you guys saying before I jump over to that? That is a very good point, TRPP. I'm almost 30 and was only taught the very minimum basics. Yeah, I'm 40. I learned cursive, but you're not joking. Most generations, they don't. Okay, wrap your mind around this. And this ain't no conspiracy, but check this out. If you were a government and you didn't want younger generations coming up and realizing that there are documents that they could read that tell them exactly what their rights are, right? If you didn't want those children to be able to know about those documents or read those documents, would you stop teaching them how to write in the same format that those documents are written in? Essentially, what I'm saying is they don't teach cursive how to read or write it anymore because what documents are written in cursive? I'll give you a minute. Let's see if anybody puts it in the chat. I'm interested to see if anybody gets that one. What important documents, like the most critical documents in our country, what documents and what are they written in? Let's see. Damn, Bees gotta go, gotta eat. God bless you all. Much love. God bless and much love, Bees. You have a good evening. All right, well, basically what those documents are your Bill of Rights and your Constitution. They're written in cursive, and you put those in front of any child, these kids, they're not going to be able to read it. There we go. Yep. There you guys go. I know I should have waited, right? A little bit of a delay on the StreamYard there. Yep. There you guys go. All those documents are written in cursive. Put them in front of any child, any of these young kids, and tell me if they can read it. How the hell are you supposed to know your rights if you can't even read these bills, right? Interesting. Conspiracy? I don't know if there's any such thing as conspiracies anymore. Yeah, but I'm glad to see all y'all answering those questions like that. I know where my people are. All right, let's keep rolling. So now this is rebuttal. This is Anderson's going to rebuttal. Like I said, we just skipped like about 20 minutes of that idiot lying some more. So I'm sure none of you guys are going to mind me skipping out on that part. But let's go ahead and listen to the rebuttal, Anderson's rebuttal. Oh, snap. Okay, wait. Hawkeye says that's their whole plan. Me, sound like we kindred spirits there, sir. Miss Fred, thank God it is text now, but I understand your thoughts. Yeah. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, what I'm saying, Miss Fred, is say you can't read the original text because it's in cursive, and you have to rely on that being translated out of cursive into standard text. Like most kids, let's just be honest, dude, most of our society is too dumb to even be able to figure out whether or not when they moved it from cursive to standard text, if they changed any of the language. Like most people wouldn't even be smart enough to check that, or younger generations couldn't even read it to double check it. Let's see. We have copies of all of it hung up in our house right at the front door. My kids can't read it, but they know what they are. That's dope. I like the fact that you got that up there. K-Max says Pledge of Allegiance. Yup. Damn, man. I'm telling you. I'm sorry. I dipped my toe in the conspiracy stuff. My bad. Let's keep going, y'all. All right. So let's listen to Mr. Anderson do the damn thing. I really like this guy. They still don't get it. What the heck? All right, Miss Fred. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody said it. My apologies, y'all. I forgot to share that tab. Rookie. Apologize. That's what happens when we be jumping from tab to tab too much. My apologies, guys. Yo, anytime we go past 3 hours, y'all. Anytime we go past 3 hours. It was frozen, no audio because I didn't share the right tab, y'all. I apologize. Okay, let's go.
Time that you go home today. So does anyone need, and I apologize for not reminding you about that.
A pediatrician.
Have absolutely no problem. Time that you go home today.
Okay, right there.
So does anyone need,
my bad, guys.
And I apologize for not reminding you about that.
I'm assuming y'all
looks like we're fine. So Mr. Anderson, you have the floor.
Here's the court. What you heard was exactly why we need punitive damages in this case. They still don't get it. Well, I think I heard.
Genie, I thought it was me. Nah, it was me. It was the rookie. It's the rookie. Hey, like I said, guys, I think I was talking to K-Mac this morning. I've only been live streaming for, I'm right at about a month of live streaming, like 30 days. And the last 30 days of live streaming, this is number 74. This is my 74th live stream in 30 days. I don't know how many hours of live streaming I've done. It's significant, but I'm still a rookie, y'all. I'm still a rookie, I guess. So forgive me. Let's keep going.
That they agree with some of our liability positions. They still do not understand institutionally, as voiced through their attorneys, how awful this was, how terrible it was, the things that they did here. This is Johns Hopkins. This is Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. This is who they really are. This is a place where they call little girls who just lost their mom, ketamine girl, and appear to have absolutely no problem with the fact that they knew this was coming and said nothing and did nothing. This is who Johns Hopkins is. They say, I wouldn't put anything past her mother. Put what past her mother? Trying to take care of her child? She can't perform this charade effectively 24/7. They're talking about a 10-year-old. Maya feels ACH is lying. Wonder why that is. What kind of doctor-patient relationship is that? What kind of pediatric relationship is that? Why would you want to keep a child there when the child doesn't want to be there and just wants to be away from you in this first week? Maya feels ACH is lying to her about her mother, that the doctors are lying about her parents. This should never even begin to start up in a pediatrician-child relationship. It should never, ever be. This is who Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is. It's a place that retaliates against its own employees for bringing things out that are negative, and retaliates against anyone, any parent, who decides they want to do something different. All I heard on the other side was, it's our standard of care. It's our standard of care. It's our standard of care. Who cares if it's your standard of care? A parent has a right to decide their child's own treatment. They don't get to choose it. And that's a lot about what this case is about. It's about an organization that is so screwed up that it actually thinks it's a good idea to force parents to accept their way of doing things. And if the parents don't, then...
Let me catch up real quick. Miss Fred said, are you going to skip on a panel today? Just curious. I'm good with it either way. And thank you for skipping the last attorney. I figured most y'all was going to appreciate that. Like, you can only hear so much of Shapiro, man, before you want to, like, gouge your eardrums out with the freaking ice pick. Miss Fred, yeah, we'll go ahead and hold off until for tomorrow for the panel. Even if I don't get to cover the verdict live with y'all, I'll still come up and we'll still go through through the verdict and every reading. And then if I can get Criminal Med and Miss Fred and whoever else wanted to get up here on the panel, we'll do that tomorrow for sure. That sounds good, because Criminal Med couldn't be with us today either. She's with her son and her husband. So yeah, we'll do the panel portion tomorrow for sure.
And they've got to find different ways to punish them. That's where all this stuff came out of on the 7th. They disagreed. Beata registered nurse, an infusion nurse, knew what she was talking about, and had 15, 16 months of experience as to what worked and didn't work, made the greatest mistake you could ever make to these people. She said no.
Dude, he's cooking right now. He is cooking, man. I love this guy. Anderson's on point.
They still don't freaking get it. They still don't freaking get it.
They still don't freaking get it. I love it. They still don't freaking get it.
Here are the punitive damages questions. 5, 10, 15, 20. Those are 4 opportunities if you agree with the plaintiffs that this is completely and utterly intolerable. Punitive damages are for willful, wanton, and malicious character behavior. There's absolutely no question that risk management with the concurrence and knowledge of the general counsel, which is as high as you can get.
Mary C. Hi, guys. Your first time here? I don't recall seeing you here. If it's your first time, or maybe I missed you before, thank you for being here.
In this, planned and instituted this entire idea of stripping this child down, taking photographs of her, not letting the parents know, against the child's will. They knew it. They instituted this from the very top of this organization. What does that tell you about what's going on here? What kind of ultimate lack of humanity? There needs to be some captain of the ship, and there never was. It was totally dysfunctional the way this hospital operated.
Mary C, where did you find me, Mary C? Did you find me on another channel, or did the algorithm send you here?
No one was checking. No one was making sure to see how this child was being taken care of. No one was looking to see how their own employees were behaving. And it wasn't just one. Yes, it has to be clear and convincing, but when you have internal memo.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. It's Sam. Mary C, this is Sam's Rocks. I got a new phone and created a new account. I've been at Walmart way too long. Oh, my Lord. Am I going to have to, are we going to have to relearn who Sam's Rocks is now? Are we going to have to, condition ourselves to that's going to be a trip? But, dang, right on. Okay, great. Miss Fred said, okay, great. Yes, I would love to be up on panel with her. All right. Yeah, then we'll do that for tomorrow. We'll shoot that for tomorrow because, yeah, that works out way better because I definitely want Criminal Med to be here for that because she's been a critical part of my coverage on this trial. Critical. So yeah, we'll shoot for tomorrow, Miss Fred. Appreciate you for being flexible, Miss Fred.
Miranda from the highest up in the hospital down to a Kathy Beatty, telling her to do something like that. That's clear and convincing. That's from the highest part of the hospital down to do something despicable. You don't do that. Why? If they really, okay, pardon me if I'm confused.
I think we might get through this, and that might be all my computer's gonna let me get through today. It is struggling over here.
On this, if these doctors who are all licensed and specialists in CRPS and pain control prescribed what they think was too much medication, why go after mom? Why not go after the doctors? Where have you seen anywhere where anything that Johns Hopkins did questioned the actual doctors writing the prescriptions? That's too hard. That's too hard. That might cause problems. Now, it's easier to go after Beata. Plus, she insulted them by not agreeing with what their routine was. Think about this, though. If the whole point here is that Beata, who is just trying to take...
Sweet Home Alabama, defense is too triggering. See y'all later. Love and hugs. Much love, Sweet Home Alabama. You say defense, but much love anyways. I understand.
Care of her child, by the way, is taking her child to places and trying to get treatment, and these doctors are prescribing all of these excess medications, or this won't work or that won't work. Why are you attacking the mother? What possible good does that do? After the Mexico trip, one of their pulmonologists, who actually was a very nice man, Dr. Kreisman, saw Maya, having seen her 2 times before Mexico, and now 5 months after Mexico, and says, talking about the treatment in Mexico, the long-term ketamine infusions, this is a new child. Do we have that? This is a new child. She's bright. She no longer appears to be in pain. On physical examination, she's examined in her wheelchair. She is a completely different child from the last exam, which was 2 months before Mexico. By that I mean she is not in any pain. She is not moaning. She is smiling. She is interactive. She is very engaged. Oxygen saturation is 100%. Weight 25 kilograms. This is an experienced Johns Hopkins doctor. Remember I said, there's a lot of the outside doctors I thought were trying to do their job. Apparently, Dr. Kreisman was. And 5 months after, here he is saying, this is a different child. That's their own physician saying that. And please keep in mind, around this time, their surgeons also put the port into her chest to facilitate the ketamine infusions. What you are seeing here is an incredible example of revisionist history, picking little bits and pieces out of the record and trying to fashion them into some blame. What did the Kowalskis do wrong here? What was the purpose of all this, other than arrogance and the belief that ultimately they could get away with it? Or just forcing the parents to agree with your own version when you don't even have the doctors with the right specific skill set to disagree reeks of arrogance. It reeks of people who are not getting out enough medically, who are not keeping up with the latest trends. If they're going to be Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, which is supposed to be the Johns Hopkins name, one would think that they would be right on top of the very latest treatments, right? They weren't. And they relied on this Sally Smith character to come in. And she's a pediatrician. There's nothing against pediatricians. I'm not down on pediatricians. I'm down on pediatricians who think that they're neurologists or anesthesiologists with a subspecialty in CRPS and a subspecialty in ketamine treatment and treatment for what is known as chronic CRPS. See, Maya had already been through all of those things that Johns Hopkins was suggesting, and Beata knew it. Beata knew the only thing they had within that first few hours they were questioning on it. So tensions were getting a little high. Are you going to be able to increase the amount of ketamine for my kid or not? No? We're out of here. Wait a second now. This might be dangerous. There might be something wrong here. Now we want to leave. Okay. Well, just let us hold on for a second. We'll see what we can do. Ask yourself this. Where were their psychiatrists? They brought in little bits and pieces of other hospitals, psychiatrists, or in one case, a nurse's assistant, a pediatric physician's assistant, who's a nurse, to make a diagnosis or a potential diagnosis. And they brought in another instance, a nurse in another hospital who thinks this might be conversion disorder. Ladies and gentlemen, where did you see their expert come in and confirm any diagnosis of conversion disorder or any psychosomatic condition that outweighed that it was CRPS? They're Johns Hopkins. They can't find a psychiatrist to come in and agree with them? Nope.
Mary C. Sam says, hey, now I gotta so are you gonna be permanently on as Mary C now? So I'm gonna have to be like, okay, I have to condition myself. It's Mary. Okay, Mary. Hey, now you got an extra membership out of me. I'll take it. There we go. Hi, Mary C., formerly known as Sam's Rocks. Miss Fred, I will still be here making bows tomorrow. Lol. I am glad I can listen today and catch up some in this case, but no, I couldn't have listened to this whole case. Too much on my heart. I feel you. Man, covering these trials, some of these trials, it's a lot on me. I've covered some bad trials this year. I'll tell you the worst one that I covered this year, y'all. I think the worst trial I covered this year was that Border Patrol agent that unalived his mistress and his baby. That right there, that trial messed me up, guys. It did. It messed me up. I had to take a little break. Oh, yeah, it was rough.
Attacking Beata. Why go after Beata? I guess it was easy pickings. I guess they figured, I don't know whether it was her accent or just the way she acted or what it was, but they sure did hone down on her. I can't put anything past her mother. I'm trying to, and have tried to, through this case, use videos and photographs to try to express to you how the child was doing at different stages, because I believed that you would trust your eyes. You would trust what you could see and watch. And that's still true for after she got out of there. It still took her 10 months to get back to even close to a baseline, and another 6 months of transitioning off to get off of those crutches. And she did it through hard work. And instead of it being looked at as a good thing, this is a sign somehow that they're right. They're actually taking credit for all of the incredible hard work.
Little mama, good to see you. Good to see you.
Maya did on her own. And we all pretty much know why she was doing this. She wanted to prove something. She wanted to prove to them she could do it. It hurt like hell. She had no ketamine, no pain meds, scared out of her wits, the family. And when you read there those orders, you'll see that for the last 10 days or 12 days, the judge said, and no ketamine. Do you really think that this family was going to go back and try the ketamine that put them right back there in that power system? You think they're really going to go back to that?
I know, right? That was part of what frustrated me too, is like they wanted to keep on the whole ketamine's bad, this, that. Like, look how great she's doing now. Like, we helped getting her on the road to recovery, this and that. She's not using the ketamine now, right? Like, because she's too freaking scared to. She's still a minor, dude. So like now they're scared of what direction to go with treatment, because if they do anything that's unconventional, it might put them right back in the same situation. It's disgusting.
No. And that's why they didn't go back on the ketamine. The ketamine worked. It would have made her life so much easier, but Johns Hopkins, they ended that. You know, in the Civil War, they would cut off soldiers' arms and legs with a shot of whiskey as the anesthetic. That didn't make it good. That didn't make it state of the art. That's just all they had back then. The ketamine was there to help her get better and to help her reach the best that she could be. And they took that tool away from her.
And you're right, Jack. This is immunity issues.
Sustained. Think of it this way. They believed, I gather, that Maya had recovered because of their treatment. What she did was have a remission. And we've spent the past 8 weeks explaining CRPS to you. It's a devilish disease. And
I don't know about you guys. I've followed this travel, and I've got a pretty good grasp of what that disease is now. I do, like, you know, so if I'm sitting there as a jury and I'm still hearing this defense team spouting off the nonsense they're spouting off when I've taken in all this medical information and I feel like I have a good grasp of it, like, you know, that factors into the jury's decision. Like, man, I'm with Anderson, man, frustrated.
you can go for months, weeks, months, years, you can have a change like that. Exactly what happened in November of 2020, and then again in 2022. And think about this. This is during the period of her life where her immune system is at its absolute best. What's going to happen when life starts to take a few chunks out of her? It's not a very good thought, but she's brave. I think she'll get through it, but it's going to be a lot harder on her, and it shouldn't be, because let me get to a point on this causation thing that the defense is talking about. So again, Your Honor?
An hour and a half total you consumed. 30 minutes left.
Thank you, Judge. In your jury instructions, you will see an instruction on causation. And what it's going to say is that it doesn't have to be the only cause for you to award damage. It has to be one of the causes, and in the terms of suicide, a substantial cause. So you can have two forces acting and still award damages for it. And if it is the aggravation of a pre-existing condition, which in this instance would be the CRPS, you can look at the way she was before, and then you can look at after the torque feature. In this case, Johns Hopkins aggravated it, to see how she was after. Now, here's the key. You can divide that up if you have the evidence to do so. Typically, the evidence is where a doctor comes in, qualified physician, and says, okay, 50% of this, 60% of this is pre-existing CRPS, and 40% of this is the aggravation part. You don't have that evidence here. You don't have that testimony in the record. Under the instructions you have, then, whatever CRPS she had before it was complicated with PTSD, depression, and a failure for the first round of treatment to succeed, whatever that ended up to be, unless you can find a way to divide it up without medical testimony, 100% of what she ends up with is on them. It's not.
Overruled, sucker. Sit down. Sit down, my guy.
So, when you're considering back there, well, she did have CRPS beforehand, and that's a difficult disease, and I don't know if we can really blame Johns Hopkins. Well, you can't blame him for her having CRPS walking in, but you darn sure can for what happened walking out. And the fact is that with post-traumatic stress disorder, absolutely, I don't want to say earned, but imposed on her, and the depression from a variety of factors, not the least of which is losing her mother, that aggravated it and will continue to aggravate it down the road. And here's the problem. What you've seen in the November of 2020 relapse it was because of a psychological factor. That's what triggered it. That was not a physical factor. When she had the relapse, right before she went in during October of 2016, that was a psychological factor. So you have what's known as a clinical history of psychological factors aggravating her CRPS, right? You had the CRPS, and now you've got an overlay of a CRPS that has been complicated because the first round of treatment was not completed. The glial cells that Dr. Chopra talked about, that was not completed. That made her more susceptible to longer, more intense, more frequent of these relapses. And then you had an overlay on it of psychological issues, not her own, caused by them, that are going to aggravate her situation the rest of her life. And like I said, she's at the top of her game now biochemically. Wait till you get out in the real world and you start to age a little bit and you start to have some things, life take bites out of you here and there. You're going to have some psychological issues come up.
Man, he ain't lying on that. He ain't lying on that.
She's not going to be as equipped to deal with them as she could have been. Because Beata had a good plan. Beata had figured out, very smart lady, how to deal with this. And although Maya would much prefer never to have this loathsome condition, her mom had figured out how to allow her to be the best she could be. Now that was taken from her. And so when you are back there considering the damages, I want you to consider from Maya's perspective.
Louis says, trying to do DoorDash with my daughter because my mom is busy and it's not working out too well. So I have you on 2x speed, about to get some food, head home, but I'm still listening. Be careful. Be careful out there. Get your grind on. You like 5 minutes behind? All right. You'll catch up, especially if you got me on 2x speed.
How great she can be, could be, with the talent she has, her intelligence, her abilities. But to get there, what kind of stresses is she going to have to put herself through in order to get there? And then from there, how is her aggravated illness going to react? This child hasn't even taken her SATs. She's in halfway through her senior year in high school. She hasn't applied to any universities. Yeah, back in 2019, she's ready to rock. She's ready to go. Life has a funny way of affecting you, doesn't it? And after you start thinking about what you went through and you start having a relapse, you lose a little bit of initiative, a little bit of drive. If she does overcome that, though, if she does try, think about the psychological challenges of going to the type of school that she should, by all rights, go to, a top university. Think about the challenges she faces and the type of jobs that she should be able to do. That's where those big numbers come from. And they're not made up at all in any.
Yeah, and I have to agree with them too. It's like she is exceptional, right? She's exceptionally smart. Man, he ain't lying on that. Like, so her overall potential is going to be greater than a lot of other people's. I get what he's saying. It checks out, in my opinion.
Anyway.
True Seeker says, "Hi y'all, I'm back. Good to see you, True Seeker. Good to see you."
And I'll tell you how I know. If they had their own Dr. Bifulco, life care planner, where was it? No psychiatrist? No life care planner? If they had their own Dr. Tremp talking about the freight way to college, which is what he was talking about before all this happened to her. If they had their own Dr. Tremp, where is he? If they had their own economist to figure this out, where is she? On him. With the kind of defense they put together, if there was somebody who truly was going to disagree with those numbers, don't you think they?
Little mama's still kicking it. You eating dinner? Man, dinner sounds good. After this live stream, man, I am. I'm gonna go get me some damn food. I'm starving.
Be in here testifying about it. Instead of having the lawyer come in and attempt to pick here and there at the sidelines of what really happened to this family. And it's not just Kathy Beatty or Sally Smith or some of those nurses, and there were some good nurses there. I'll talk about that in a moment, but this was a problem endemic to the entire operation, and that's why they were in imminent jeopardy, IG, of losing their accreditation to be able to continue to receive federal funding and get approval from the agency that was overarching all hospitals, the industry leader there. This was an organization that was teetering and was trying to get its act together because its culture of people reporting problems was so toxic that they had to have multiple meetings and consultants and
tacos, little mama. That sounds pretty damn good right now.
And ideas of just how to fix it. And all that came well after the poor Kowalski family was involved. This went straight to the top. This ship never had a captain. And that's how you end up with these situations. It was a totally dysfunctional organization.
Bees. Damn, bees. Well, what's up? I'm starving, bees.
And the Kowalskis paid the price. Paid the price. We didn't take. Nick did a great job, didn't he, on the numbers? I'm not so hot on the numbers, as you know. But they tried to minimize some of the effects of this. They tried to talk things down like, well, it was only 15 minutes that she was pinned down, stripped, photographed against her will. This is a 10-year-old girl. She's ill. She has a disease that will not allow her to escape in any way. She's in a wheelchair. She's in a place that she despises, around people she doesn't trust. And she's being photographed naked. And the way you know that is the other nurse came in and testified. Do we recall? Alcia Aishi, I've got her name here. The other nurse that's seen in the picture. And she said, yes, Maya was stripped. Maya was naked. Yes, we did hold her down. And Beatty, and we also know, because you saw the deposition testimony of Kathy Beatty, in which she said, unfortunately, we did. That's not something you say if you're particularly proud of what went on. Which begs the issue, then, if Ms. Beatty is willing, if you believe the other nurse, who frankly did not seem capable to me of misrepresenting anything, if you believed the other nurse, that in fact Maya...
Dude, I don't know what's going on with my lighting in here. I look so damn red on the screen. I was just noticing that. I got to figure it out. I'm not red at all right now. I'm like normal white, but I look hella red on the screen. It's so weird.
I was stripped down, and if you believe that she was confirming what Maya testified to, and they never caught Maya in a single inconsistency in her depositions, did they? Not once. If you believe those two, that means that Kathy Beatty was willing to get in here in front of you and completely and utterly misrepresent a key fact in the case. How reliable is that testimony as to anything she has to say? Or was this the type of person getting caught who's willing to say almost anything to get themselves out of it?
Let's see, Lil Mama TPP looks sunburned low. I know. I'm like, I don't know why. I think maybe the sun, this time of year, the sun puts off a different, glow. It's a harvest, type of sun. So I don't know if it's just putting that glow off in here, but I swear I look red, but I'm not. I'm not red. And you guys know me. Like I do turn red, but not like this. I mean, I look like straight up like sunburn, like you said,
or what they perceive out of it. And for Jack, again, I apologize to him for him ever having to hear Detective Graham's voice again. Lord knows that's traumatizing enough for him. Detective Graham's techniques in attempting to flip Jack by telling him, among other things, that I'll put you away for 20 years if I think you're harming that child.
Roger Lynn, what did you say? My daughter wants me to take her to Ace Sushi, which is walking distance from our house. Ace equals all you can eat, maybe drop off. Dude, what? All you can eat sushi? Bruh, now I am hungry.
And trying to get him to say things against his own wife were completely and utterly despicable. Jack was faced with a circumstance where, if he didn't cooperate with this lady, he truly feared, A, he could go to jail, B, that they were going to work some way to make sure Maya never got out of there. And even then, he did his best to protect his wife. But you know what? It did have an effect. It did have an effect because it drove a wedge between Beata and Jack. It caused Jack to question the actions of his wife. And by the end, when you read those suicide notes, you'll see, for instance, that Beata actually gave the rights to her parental rights to her sister. By the end, and this gets into what happened with Beata, even her marriage to her appeared to be brittle and with problems. Child.
Oh, I got it, Roger. I read it autocorrect. I knew what you meant.
Was away from her. She believes her child to be in desperate trouble. She believes that her child could end up as another CRPS fatality. She believes that her husband, while loving her, there's a rift. She feels isolated. She feels alone. And she is motivated internally by about the strongest urge, the maternal instinct that we know, and even in all mammals, let alone human beings.
Man, it's the lighting, because if I pull the light out at 100, it takes the red away, but then I look all shiny, you know what I mean, from like the cocoa butters and stuff. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to work on the lighting though, for sure. I don't like the red look. It looks funny.
When you're looking to see whether you should check yes, that it was what Johns Hopkins did, whether they were a substantial factor or that she acted on an impulse, please consider how powerful the maternal instinct is.
You have 15 minutes.
I don't think these folks here get it. I still don't think they get it.
They don't. Anderson, you're right. They don't get it. They don't get it at all.
Okay. Let's play then. 2625.
Let's see. Shiny is better than red. I got to put my glasses on, though. If I pull the lights out more and kill the red look, I have to put the glasses on because it's so damn bright in my eyeballs.
This was a mom who loved her daughter. What I found interesting also while we're looking at it is that the defense took...
Hold on a second. Is your video monitors on? Okay, Mr. Reyes, I'm going to turn it off and turn it back on and see if that cycles it. Is it there now?
That's it now.
You guys are wild in chat. You guys are too much.
Try this.
Oh, damn.
Come on.
Oh, he dropped the nickname. He dropped the nickname on it. Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Well,
is it there now? Mr. Reyes, I'm going to turn it over to the left table. We'll try that. And Mr. Anderson, I'll give you a couple extra minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss Ann Horn, good to see you, ma'am. How you feeling today, Miss Ann? Hopefully you're doing good. Let's see what else y'all are saying. All right, looks like I got all the chat. Luis, usually I am red because of the blushing, but it's the lighting in here. That sun's coming through these blinds. I have like these drop blinds, and it makes a red tint in here. But yeah, I tend to blush anyways. But I swear it's not blush today. It's not me blushing today, y'all. It's the lighting. I promise. And that's not a challenge to make me blush. All right, so don't be doing that.
Just to note while we're waiting here, check out Exhibit 3115, which was that recording with Beatty jumping in, and then compare it to their recording about can't talk about the case. It was Kathy Beatty. No, if we can play 2695, is that like they're not going to be able to do it? What I'm trying to show here is two things. First, the relationship here between mother and daughter, and a little bit about what each of them lost.
I love you.
Luis said, I know I was kidding, Lo, but yeah, I get red a lot. I think it's the Irish in me. Yep, I got some Irish in me too. I definitely got that. Making us all love you guys. Love you guys, man.
Can you see it? Right.
Now go down
Big
slowly.
one.
Go down slowly. Good job. Good job. Very good. Excellent.
Is she supposed to still be faking there? I'm losing my timeline on whether or not they think Maya had CRPS or not.
Damn fly, get off me. Miss Ann says, still having pain, had the CT scan today and tomorrow, see my cancer doctor for the results. We'll do a live on my channel tomorrow evening explaining the results. I'll be there, Miss Ann. I will be there because I want to know the update on that. But yeah, you know your boy be praying for you, Miss Ann. 100%. B says, I'll tell you, he looks amazing on a 72-inch. Them were some abs for real. Made me think about doing live. You guys are too much, man. I swear, y'all are too much. Miss Sassy's back. Oh snap! We in trouble. Miss Sassy back. I'm back. Phone died. I thought it was charging, but only on the one end that wasn't. That's a fact right there. That's a fact right there, baby. That's a fact. I know we both grinding right now. We both grinding to be looking good at that 41, in that 41. So it's November. My birthday's in March, so I got a couple more months to work on it, but for sure. Dude, man, bro, I still can't believe that too. I know who Raw Low is now. Damn, bro, you've been following me for a minute too. Man, too funny, bro. Too funny.
Playing piano for my mom. I don't think I'm going to try to go through every single tidbit that they pull.
A 32-inch, huh? I still can't believe some of you guys are watching me on 72-inch screens. That's crazy to me. Like I said, man, when I was doing this YouTube thing, getting used to the idea of people watching me, I was always thinking like your phone, tablet, maybe a laptop. I never thought about y'all be watching me on a 72-inch screen. That's insane, man. That's insane. Now I'm like all paranoid before I go on live. I'm like, is there any nose hairs? Miss Ann says, thanks, buddy. I pray it's not going to be bad news, but if it is, I'll be strong. Thanks for the prayers, and please keep praying. I am scared and worried. Miss Ann, I know it's going to turn out okay, but I ain't going to stop praying. You got a ton of us in here. Definitely be praying for you, Miss Ann. TRPP, can I grind with you? Fucking bees. Too funny. Tammy. Oh man, Tammy, good to see you. Dang. I feel like I haven't seen you in like a month, Tammy. Yeah, I think it's been almost a month. Like I saw you when I just started doing live streams, like a month ago. And I haven't seen you in a while, so it's good to see you. Good to have you here. If you look close, you can see a crumb on Farley's chair. Love it, man. I'd let you know about the nose hairs, maybe. Okay. Dude, my mod's better. My mod's better be telling me about I got some nose hairs and stuff. Let's see. Miss Sassy said, I can't see your nose hair. I'm happy with that. Yeah, love it. Let's keep going, guys. Let's keep going.
Wow. I go back to it again when I woke up at 1:30, which is I've been in the same courtroom with all y'all. So we all heard the evidence, and you all wrote a novel for about every witness. So I have great confidence that you will put everything they said into the perspective of things. One thing that really upset me was this idea that when she was in room 709, she could either escape or it wasn't that big of a deal. Somehow I believe that having to defecate on yourself is a pretty big deal. And if she couldn't get a nurse in to even help her over to the commode, it is really difficult to believe how Maya would be able to escape that room. I think that what we're dealing with here are a number of attempts to just pick at the edges of what was going on. I don't think they've rebutted anything that we've said. They've come in and tried to show you inconsistencies. But here's the thing about human beings and trying to recreate history. This long ago back, this family's been seeking justice for 5 years now, 7 years since this happened. Pretty brave family. And you're never going to have everybody agree on everything. Moreover, if you did, such as what I think happened with a lot of the defense's witness, they sounded remarkably the same in a lot of things they were saying. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that as jurors, you're able to tell when another human being is being candid with you, frank with you, and really trying to tell you what's going on, or when they're telling you something they are trying to get you to believe and talk you into something. I brought in as many live witnesses as I could because I believed each one of you would prefer to have the human being here in front of you so that you could judge for yourself.
I just caught this comment. Rogerland says, sorry, Miss Ann, going through the same thing. Had a PET scan last Friday, now a bone biopsy on this coming Monday. Then oncologist appointment a week later. Might be round 2 for. Damn it, man. Well, Roger, I'll be praying for you, brother. I mean, I got all y'all in my prayers all the time, but I definitely have some, man, I didn't know that, Roger. Damn. Yeah, I need my whole community to be praying for my people, man. Y'all definitely be praying for all my people. Let's see. Tammy says, yes, working with dead bodies here, someone has to stand and show not to fear. We are going to do a peaceful protest. I promise to email you one of the cases. They leaving out the medical examiner report. Oh, snap. I need to know what you're talking about on that for sure, Tammy. Let me see. Thank you for it's definitely all likes, dude. Check it out, y'all. We are at 60 likes right now, y'all. We blew past that 50. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
All of their different reactions to things so that you would be able to know when somebody was just not comfortable or not. And the nurses at the end, yeah, some of them were nice, but some of them just seemed like they were trying a little too hard. The shotguns thing drove me freaking nuts. And so I just don't think it was effective to have people come in with sort of a canned speech about this.
Let me see, Stony Stone. Yeah. I don't really talk about that stuff much on here, Stony. I tend to keep that to my Instagram chatting. All right, let's keep rolling.
Because I kept saying to myself, if you cared so much for this child, where were you? She had to be trying to express some things. What Maya said, and it's pretty smart for a 10, 11-year-old. She thought, maybe if I'm super nice, they'll let me out of here. That's why she was going through all these things. We're talking about a child who's trying to survive in a very bad place. She's trying.
I'm sorry, did the video monitors come back on? No, they're on. I apologize.
It's okay, Judge.
I see that.
And in the end there, I thought with putting up the photographs of Maya just trying to go out for an hour at her homecoming, I don't know what they're trying to say there. Is that
Stony Stone? Oh, it's going down right now, Stony. Damn, dude. I wish YouTube wasn't so weird about that whole January 6th stuff, man. I'd cover it, but dude, I ain't trying. You know me, I gotta play it safe. My boy said, just did a prayer for everyone in this room. We appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. We got a lot of prayer warriors up in here. So you definitely struggling with any type of situation, let it be known. You have people have your back on it. Dude, I know that's going to drive me crazy too, knowing that's going down, and I don't really want to cover it on this channel because I don't want that. I'm trying so hard to get the algorithm to work in our favor that I know if I cover the wrong thing, it's all bad, no matter how bad I want to cover it.
evidence she's somehow fine? Maya waits to the end of the day before picking a dress, not knowing if she could even go because of where her pain was in. And she didn't have her mom for this important rite of passage. No mom, daughter prom shopping, no pre-prom makeup, no nail sessions with mom, no mom for the excitement of pre-prom photographs. And after it's all over, she comes in here and sees that they've found on somebody else's, a friend's social media, a picture of her. I don't understand the relevance of that. Did they not hear through all of this that this disease is such that you can have a wonderful day and then have 4 bad days and then 2 weeks, maybe a month?
Let me answer that for you, Anderson. No, they haven't learned a damn thing. They don't want to learn a damn thing.
Of a great relief, only a 2 or 3, and then end up with 4 days in your room in a fetal position. Did nobody pick up on that over there? I'm hoping that you will see. Yes. I know you're ready to get back there and do your job. I know you are. I'll try to wrap up.
Oh, snap. My long lost neighbor, Miss Donna Clark. You late. You're a little bit late. Just a little bit late, Donna. It's all right, though. It's good to see you, ma'am. I hope you're having an awesome Wednesday. Let me see what else Stoney said. I can't cover it. Done lost the channel with over. That's what I'm trying not to do either, Stoney. I'm trying not to lose what what I got. Let me see. Let's see. This screwball got me a little red. All good, brother. You on that screwball tonight? Some of that screwball on the rocks. That stuff's tasty, man. It ain't. That's some tasty stuff.
It's a tough time for Jerry because they're like, "Oh, get back there, okay? You told me all this stuff. I'm ready." But please, when you go back there, think about how life really works. Think about what it took for them to get here. Think about how important these ideas that they were fighting for are. When you're considering damages, think about this. She looks a heck of a lot like her mom. And I think every time she looks in the mirror the rest of her life, she's going to get reminded of all of this. That's a long time to continue to live through something like this.
Well, Stoney, if you're covering it, bro, we all gonna come and see what you're talking about. So there is that.
Again and again. Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're not quite finished with jury instructions. So what I'm going to ask that you do is go back to the packet of jury instructions.
All right, guys. So we're not watching the jury instructions. We ain't doing that. That's a whole lot, and I'm sure most of you guys have listened to jury instructions and understand that each trial is a little bit different on how the jury gets instructed on coming up with a verdict, right? So if you would like to go watch that, by all means, feel free. But I ain't gonna put everybody through that. So that's it, though. We listened to yesterday. We listened to the closing arguments for defense. For both the plaintiffs and then defense today, and then the rebuttal today. So that's it. That's the closings, guys. So now we all caught up on exactly what the last bit of information was that jury got to hear before they went in to deliberate, right? And then the only other significant thing that's happened since deliberations were started was the set of questions that the jury had asked about the information on basically the financial end for what Maya would have, made in her lifetime, right? So to me, that was really telling that the jury wanted to know those numbers. In my opinion, I feel like they already have the verdict. I think they're just working out the numbers at this point. I think they're filling in that paperwork and they're just trying to figure out how many zeros to put in. At least that's what I'm thinking, and that's what I'm hoping. So Stoney says still nothing yet on the verdict. No, they've already adjourned for the day, Stoney. They're going to be back in tomorrow morning at 8:10. And I'm hoping that they don't get a verdict in until after I get out of work and I can get on live. I want to be covering that when that verdict comes in because we've covered this trial so closely now. But so that's what I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking they got the verdict already. I feel like it's going to go in the Kowalski's favor. Maybe that's just wishful thinking, but that's where I'm at with it. Let me give you guys the poll. So, 72 people voted on the poll. Do you think the Kowalskis are going to win the verdict? 65% of you say yes, 6% of you say no, and 29% of you say not sure. So that is the poll. 72 votes. So thank you, guys. That was a really good poll. That's a good turnout on that poll. A lot of engagement on that. I appreciate that. Big time. Okay. Looks like I'm caught up though on chat. And that's all we had scheduled for this. We were going to do the openings, the closings and all that stuff and wait for the verdict. Obviously, the verdict's not going to come in. The court's adjourned for the day. So that being said, we are caught up on this trial, guys. So the next thing that we're going to be covering is hopefully that verdict. And hopefully it goes the way that we want it to. So I'm praying the jurors do the right thing. I really am. Because like I said, this is bigger than the family. This is bigger than the Kowalskis getting paid. This is huge because this is Johns Hopkins. And if they can get hit hard enough in that pocketbook, maybe that bank account takes a big enough hit, it's going to shake it up. It's going to shake everything up. And we need Johns Hopkins to be shaken up. We need them. They're the standard, right? The gold standard. So if we want our medical system to change, to see any type of change, we need big verdicts like this to happen where these big corporations get hit where it hurts with their money. It's the only way you get to affect change is by voting with your dollar or hurting somebody's pocket in a way that it forces them to change. So that's what I'm praying for. I believe that this trial we're seeing, and like I said, it might be wishful thinking, but I feel like this trial we are watching in medical history, American medical history, because I feel like this is going to change some stuff. But like I said, maybe it's wishful thinking, but I'm going to keep being wishful on it. Let me see what you guys are saying. Louise says, YouTube is weird. When Dolly got his Dolly Uncensored channel, people said boob videos were coming up. Does Insta have lives? Because you could probably get away with anything on there. Well, Insta has lives. You can't get away with it. The only place you can get away with some crazy stuff is X. You can get away with some crazy stuff on X. But outside of that, yeah, not so much. Stony Stone says they probably won't get one till Monday or Tuesday or next week. Just what happens. That's a possibility too, Stony. Like I said, though, you know me, glass half full. Let's see. Mary C. Bye, everyone. Was watching on my new phone while shopping at Walmart. See y'all tomorrow. You, Mary C., aka Sam's Rocks. You have a wonderful night, man. Thank you for being here. All right, guys. Let me go ahead and do my usual show wrap up for y'all. Let me make sure I caught up looks like I'm caught up in chat. That's what's up. Got to keep it half glass full, right? Half full, baby. Bruce Lee, got to be like that water too in that glass. Louise said, added what is supposed to be a cute cat stuff, and a woman was about to take her. What? Damn, that's that OnlyFans stuff. You can't bring up OnlyFans around this channel because people have already been like starting rumors that I got OnlyFans, so we don't need that going around the true crime streets. Friday is Veterans Day. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So if we don't get it in tomorrow, then we probably won't get it in till Monday too. That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. All right, guys, let me do the wrap up, y'all, before y'all leave me. You know what I mean? I already see you guys trying to cut out on me. So I'm gonna go ahead and give the shout outs for the donations. November donations so far. We have Miss Sassy 7, Miss Angela K, Miss TLC is me, and Miss Back Row Becky. All donated so far for the month of November. Appreciate you, ladies. And then my supers for the month of November. We have B in Turtle Madness with 4 supers. We got Moto Mom with the super, ZA with the super, Lori P with the super, Jeannie Ange with the super, Angela K with the super, Pat Gaines with the super, Easy E with the super. Appreciate you all. And then our month of November, I gotta add to this actually. Our month of November membership donators, gifted memberships. Moto Mom with 30. Yeah, Moto Mom with 30 gifted memberships in the month of November. 30. I'm not even playing, y'all. 30. Crazy. And then we got ZA with 5 gifted memberships in the month of November. So those are all of our donators, our super chatters, super stickers, and membership gifters. Y'all, I don't even know what to say. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. One day I'll figure out a way to say thank you that will even come close to covering it, but I don't know. I don't have it yet. I'll get it. I'll figure it out. Let me see. I had to catch back up in chat. Dang. Let me see. Whatever pays the bills. Hey man, dang, things get real rough. I guess there is always the OnlyFans. Oh well, yeah, no, and that was Insta. It was crazy, low. Yeah, it's just crazy stuff happens over there for sure. Let's see. Yeah, all right. It looks like I'm caught up, guys. So that being said, I gave love, give shout outs, and channel wrap up. If you want me to cover a case for you, or you want to send me information, or you just want to chat with me, let me know how the channel's doing. All the links for my socials, my Instagram, my X, my Facebook, and then also my email that's down in the video description and in the channel description as well. Get at me. Let me know. That's what I'm here for, y'all. Most people will tell you, a lot of subscribers and members have already done this. As soon as you get me a case, literally, I mean, I'm on it usually pretty quick. Usually 24 to 48 hours, we're covering the case. So I just saw that Miss Donna Clark sell your feet pics. I actually got super nice hands. I got nice guy hands. And one of my ex-girlfriends was telling me, she's all, dude, you should let me set up an OnlyFans for your hands. You could make a killing. So there's always that. I can always fall back to the hands. Bees don't like her idea, Donna. That's so funny. Stony Stone's out there. He said, whatever pays the bills. Whatever pays the bills. But okay, guys. So that the links for the socials, all that good stuff. And then if you want to donate to the channel, all the links to Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal are in the channel description and the video description. If you leave a donation, please leave your screen name. That way, and the platform you're watching me on, because we're over on Rumble, we're on YouTube, and we're on Facebook, right? So let me know what platform, leave your screen name. That way I can put you up on the donation wall and give you a shout out. And then leave me a note. Let me know what you think about the channel, how I'm doing, any improvements. Just let me know what you guys think. That being said, though, guys, and then if you don't want to do the cash donation, but you still want to help the channel out, we have the Amazon registry, and I have equipment that I'm trying to get for the studio to upgrade the studio so the show runs smoother, nicer. I can do some cool stuff with audio and visuals and all that good stuff. So that being said, you choose to donate, awesome. If you don't want to donate, I appreciate it. You just keep showing up to these live streams, smashing that like button and smashing those shares. And, when you're over at other communities, I know it's not really cool to be telling people about other content creators, but hey, you know what I mean? If you slip my name in there, it is what it is. What else? Oh, yeah, Turtle Island tomorrow night, and I'll remind you guys tomorrow. But if we could be there, like I said, hour 2, baby, we hit them calls. I'd appreciate it. I think that is everything, though. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for another long live stream. Hopefully it was entertaining, informational, all that good stuff. That being said, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all so damn much. I hope you guys are having an amazing night, evening, whatever time of day it is, wherever you're at. But yeah, it's your boy. Wait up. Let me change this format. What am I doing? I'm trying to say goodbye. My face is all little face. Can't say goodbye with the little face. Oh, damn, that's a big face, bro. I don't want that big, bro. What you doing? That's too big. But yeah, caught up in chat. Everything looks good. I love you guys. And it's your boy, the real Piscine Predator, aka TPP baby. And until the next video or the next live stream, I'm out, y'all. Peace. Much love.